can I try? Try. Oh my God, can I try? I try all the time. For this institution, and I said, I said, hey, what's going on?
All right, that's
Take
the
us
show.
home, Jimmy.
Man, that's the show. I cannot believe we get paid to do this. Thank all of you. Have a blessed weekend. And we'll see you Monday at 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Spend my days with the woman who can smoke my stuff and drink all my wine. Made up my mind to make a new start. Going to California with an aching in my heart. Someone told me there's a girl out there with love in her eyes and flowers in her hair. Took my chances on a big jet plane. Never let them tell you that they're all the same. Oh, the sea was red and the sky was gray. Wondered how tomorrow could ever follow today. Yeah. The mountains and the canyons started trembling and shake. The children of the sun began to wake. Seems like the wrath of the gods got a punch on the nose and it started to flow. I think I might be sinking. Throw me a line if I reach it in time. I'll meet you up there where the path runs straight and high. To find a queen without a king. They say she plays the guitar and cries as she sings. La 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 la. Ride a white mare in the footsteps of dawn, trying to find a woman who was never, never, never been born. Standing on a hill in my mountain of dreams, telling myself it's not as hard as it seems. No.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New week of the live show as we get going here on a Monday, and it's going to be an eventful week. LT will be with us for a couple of days this week, and then he's out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Right.
Brown skips tomorrow because of a special family thing going on. Maybe he'll get to that in best and worst of the weekend. I don't know.
Well, hasn't happened yet.
I know, but it's going to.
Oh.
You're going to wait until next week to? I mean, you've been celebrating it for a month.
But then it's not the weekend. I don't know how to deal with this, Jim. No, I already know what my best and worst is going to be next Tuesday when we're back live after Memorial Day. I already know.
What is your worst going to be?
Well, no, I already know what my best is going to be next Tuesday. I hope to God there's not a worst.
Oh,
no. I can promise you right now I know what my best is going to be next Tuesday.
Yeah.
See, I hope I don't have a worst either.
Yeah, me too. We never want the worst. We'll get to best and worst coming up. Let's start, though. We'll get to Alabama softball, which advances into the Super Regionals, the Sweet 16 of softball. Few SEC teams make it. Auburn did not. A little disappointing on their road through Clemson, but a great season. Tough draw for them in their regional on the road. We'll get to some big football news, the passing of a legend, but let's start with the NBA. A lot of you guys are watching it or were watching it. Is it over? 3-0, 3-0. Nobody's ever come back, right?
It's over, yeah. And the way these series have played out, I mean, Boston basically, you're getting legends like Charles Barkley at halftime talking about what an embarrassment they were. You've got Magic Johnson tweeting after the game that Boston fans have got to be embarrassed. They've got to be disgusted. And to get run off the court like they did in a must-win game, that series is completely over. And they were a heavy favorite. The other series, you have Golden State that was a slight favorite. The Lakers have got that double-digit lead in the second half of Game 2. It's a game they had. They completely blew it. And then Saturday night, they take the lead in the fourth quarter, and they blow another one. So
against the Nuggets there, who are the favorite. I mean, the Lakers are trying to pull the upset on the other one. The Celtics are the better team on paper. They're supposed to win this series, and they're down 3-0.
What's an 8 seed they're playing?
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, a team that's lucky to actually even be playing in the postseason right now. So that is surprising. The Nuggets are the best team in the NBA right now. I think everybody would agree. And the way Jamal Murray is playing to complement Jokic, it's next level. And I think both of these, there's a good chance they end in sweeps.
Is it possible?
Which has never happened before, by the way.
That it's bad for TV partners.
The conference finals end in sweeps, both of them? Yeah.
I mean,
it's hard to do because you've got
it's
four good
supposedly
teams.
the four best teams in basketball playing, supposedly.
I mean, ABC and ESPN, if you're following along, they're still making some money, but they're also cutting some jobs. Don't you think there was a TV executive somewhere that was like, okay, at least we have a chance of having Lakers-Celtics in this NBA Finals.
That'll save it all.
That'll be really good.
Yeah, or maybe we can get a Game 7 out of this Nuggets-Lakers series.
But, at the same time, they were going, just anything but the combination of the Heat
No, that's not what they want.
Nuggets.
No, that's not what they want. Although I think it will be a very entertaining series the way Jimmy Butler and Jokic are playing. I mean, that's
for the sport.
Yeah,
for basketball,
it's going to be entertaining.
It'll be fun, but for people who like advertising dollars and such,
that's right.
Not having the
issue.
Lakers Celtics is going to hurt a little bit.
Well, is it possible that, and now I'm talking only on the court, I'm sure off the court there's something that has happened that I might not be thinking of, right, or before my lifetime. But on the court, was that the most embarrassing moment in Celtics franchise history last night?
Well, the Jimmy Butler, after the big three in transition, when Butler gives him the big T right here, and he gets technical for sort of showing up the Celtics.
Taunts Horford, yeah. I mean, those things have a way of coming back to bite you, by the way, but I just don't think down 3-0 that the Celtics have any chance. But this could be the most embarrassing moment in franchise history, right?
It's got to be one of them.
I mean, to face elimination, you've been questioned about your toughness, both mentally and physically. You've been questioned about everything, basically, having lost twice on your home court. The venerable home court in Boston, where they used to never lose back when it was the old Boston Garden. I know it's a new building, but still, they never lost there. You've been questioned about all of that, and your response was what you got last night, where it looked like they didn't even want to be there.
Well, and I thought with them surviving, being down 3-2 to Philadelphia, that they would cruise in this series. Like if you would have told me this series is 3-0, I'd have been like, it's Celtics. It's a no-brainer. But Joe Mazzulla points the finger at himself. Everybody's talking about Mazzulla getting out-coached. It's going to be interesting because Brad Stevens, that is his guy. And Brad Stevens, according to most, still has a ton of confidence in Mazzulla, so more than likely he won't go anywhere.
I just wonder how much confidence they have in Brad Stevens as a guy to run an operation. Really good basketball coach, but he's making some missed calls in the front office. I will tell you this, for Miami, if you're a geek who likes to watch the insides of a game, of anybody, 7 players played more than 20 minutes last night for Miami. Only 3 of them were drafted. 4 of them, 3 of them scoring 18 or more points, were undrafted free agents that organization picked up.
Yeah, I think Andy Kennedy made that point when he was in studio with us on Friday. He was talking about, basketball is a weird journey, because I was asking about what's Jelly Walker's future, and he said, it's, no telling, because a lot of these guys right now on the Heat were guys that weren't drafted. 2 things have jumped out in this postseason, though. Nikola Jokic has established himself as the best player in the world.
Yep. Unbelievable at passing the basketball.
The vision's incredible.
He's a big guy. You can watch his touch, his shot, his defense, any of that. But his ability to pass the basketball is unbelievable.
And Eric Spoelstra is the best coach in basketball. Popovich was that guy, but I think Spoelstra, when you're talking about now on the brink of a 6th trip to the NBA Finals, and everybody talked about, hey, he bought those early ones, and maybe so.
He didn't. Pat Riley did, but they count.
When you're talking about taking an 8 seed like this and getting them to play their best basketball, they're not playing like an 8 seed.
But I wanted to add to Spoelstra because I agree with you. Spoelstra's the best coach. I don't know who you consider the best coach in college basketball right now.
Probably Bill Self.
Bill Self. I would say Spoelstra's in front of Self. You can make an argument for Self, and I'd be okay with that. But if we're just going to look at basketball as a whole, it's hard not to go Eric Spoelstra based on what he's done long term with multiple different iterations of the Miami Heat. But I'll add to that the name you all just mentioned. I don't want to overreact here, but there's a chance Pat Riley might be the best basketball mind we've ever had.
And Pat We Trust is what one poster had in the stands last night.
That stat you just gave, to be where they are with that type of roster, that's Pat Riley.
Yep.
Spoelstra gets credit too, but Pat Riley's the team president, and he's the guy that has been doing this for decades upon decades upon decades, and has been really phenomenally successful everywhere he's been.
See the Showtime Lakers.
Yeah, and see the Knicks.
I got to say this, in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there, Brody brings up, and I really didn't realize this, and this is sad, Spoelstra's never won the Coach of the Year in the NBA, not one time.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
That really is. You're right. He won this year because they vote before the postseason,
right.
I think.
And I'm not surprised he didn't when he had LeBron and Bosh and D. Wade.
Okay, we're going to trust Brody. I would initially say bullshit on that, but he may be right. He may be right.
I don't know why he would post it.
it'd be on his Wikipedia page, right, if he's won it.
While we're doing this, Rockstar, other comments in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Rockstar, we have these meetings on Monday proposing things for the future. Would you back me if I propose a new part of the studio where we have the ability to move like a stage, a set in and out? Like I would love on this Monday to have a couch, and we dress up like a psychiatrist and get LT to lay down on the couch and see if he's in love or out of love with the Lakers right now. It has become sort of a complicated relationship with the Lakers. And would you back me in the meeting
Seems
today?
Seems like a lot of manpower that's not going to happen, but yes, I will 100%.
And there's a budgetary concern as well.
What would we need? We would need a couch,
Where do we
a
store
chair.
Where would we store that couch?
In the storage area?
In the set storage area.
Okay, in the set storage garage that we have up here.
But see, we don't need a white coat because psychiatrists, they just wear normal stuff.
That's
maybe
a
vest, maybe a vest with some patches on the sleeves.
Okay,
some glasses.
I don't think we have enough room for a couch. We can do a love seat where Lance's legs are just dangling.
That's even better.
So to answer your question, not laying
in
down.
love or out?
Well, okay, so I went to a wedding in Montgomery. It was one of the nicest weddings I've ever been to.
Really?
Yeah. So shout out to Sam and Sydney Hudson, and for Robert and Rochelle Kahn, the wedding they put on. It was the church was beautiful, and I'm not one of those guys that goes to a wedding and says beautiful. I actually made the ceremony, everybody.
So you did both?
I was the guy with a White Claw in hand on the steps of the church. I just randomly some people I know were staying across the hall at the hotel from me, and so they gave me a ride to the church.
And you had a White Claw in your
all
hand?
they had was White Claws. So
That's all they've got, and I'm thirsty.
Did you get a bid from all the sororities you wanted?
Yeah, but it was a raspberry White Claw. But when the
Raspberry,
husband dropped me out or dropped everybody off to go park, I ended up having a White Claw in my hand.
Yeah.
Anyway, I made the
Generally not
ceremony.
used in communion. by
Nice
the way.
gentleman
Yes.
letting all the girls with the White Claws out at the door.
That's right, ladies.
You didn't offer to go park it with him
I
and
did.
walk about?
I did. He said, no, absolutely not. No, him and I ended up walking home together later that night. That's another story
Whoa.
altogether.
Wow. Deep
Well, I mean, our
The old
hotel was
D&B route.
our hotel
we
was
took a handsome cab, me and Dunaway.
right next to the reception. I mean, it was a perfect setup, but my whole point was going to be, so I waited for the bride and dad for Sydney and Robert to have their dance.
Stand by. This all gets back to the Lakers.
Yeah, it
here in
does.
a
It
second.
does. And it'll be quick. And then Sam and his mom danced. And right after that, I ran next door. There was a place called the Aviation Bar. If you're from Montgomery, you know this. This is my first night I've ever spent in Montgomery. First time I've ever been out in Montgomery.
Oh, in your whole life?
whole life.
Wow.
The hostesses are called fly
And
girls.
The stewardess?
I've got a prediction.
What?
I'll never spend another night in Montgomery.
Really? You think that
I'm
was
just
it, huh?
guessing, probably.
Yeah, okay.
But
Where you've gone this far?
So I ran out and I went next door to the aviation bar and I started watching Lakers. I got there, it was like 7 to 7. So I got there pretty early. And I'm sitting there with a group of people that are just hanging out at the bar. Everyone's pulling for Denver. Everybody. I was the only guy pulling for the Lakers. It shows
Does
you-
that shock you?
No,
No, it was not surprising at all.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
sure.
I think
Yeah.
because of the Lakers brand, and I do think there's a lot of anti-LeBron out there.
Yeah, but a lot of it's the Lakers brand. Either you're a Laker lover or a Laker hater. I mean, it's been that
Well,
way
yeah,
since
yeah.
the beginning of
well,
time.
that's why one of the guys about my age, him and his son were in there, and we were talking, and he grew up a Celtics fan, of course. And I was like, well, you know, it's one or the other. Halftime, I ran back to the reception. People were like, where have you been?
Nowhere. Why? You hadn't seen it?
I told him honestly, I've been watching the Lakers next door. I hung out for 15 minutes, went back, watched the second half, made it back to the reception at 10, final 30 minutes, saw the bride and groom off, went back to the hotel, changed, went back out.
Now,
But to answer your question, I'm disappointed in the Lakers.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
not out of love. I'm back with the Lakers.
I think you answered the question. The fact that you ran back and forth that much just to watch the game answered the question. Yeah.
and that you're drinking a White Claw.
Yes.
No, well, I'm
Very
not-
fatherly.
Brown would be mad
Why
if
would
I,
I be
if
mad?
I tell this story.
No, tell the story. I'm not gonna be mad.
So as
let
I'm-
me.
as I'm
Rockstar,
walking-
you get the rule. Do I get mad at this or not? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
You know the story?
He's gonna get mad.
No, I have no idea.
Okay,
Okay.
so there's a funny twist to this story. So when I'm walking up the stairs with the White Claw, it's
Yeah.
empty, but I've just
Okay.
got to find a way to throw it away.
That's fine.
There's two dudes next to me walking up, and they're about the age of the bride and groom. They're probably early 20s.
Okay.
And one of them's hitting a vape pen.
Right.
And I just said, hey, is there weed in that? And he said, yeah. And I was like, well, is it sativa? Because, you know, I got a long night in front of me. He was like, just hit it. So I hit it. The funny story is this was on the step of the church. It was not inside the church, though, Brown.
Still church property.
But it's on the steps.
Designated square.
I mean, which part's going to make
Well,
Brown
I thought
upset?
that would might because I was on the property of the church.
I
technically.
get a chance to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right.
So anyway,
You did not litter, though, with the
no,
White
no,
Claw.
no.
Okay, okay.
I went and found a trash can once I got in there.
Because my Native American heritage, we know if you litter, I cry.
That's right. Jim cries.
No,
On camera.
I will tell you though, a relative of the bride was like, there was a tissue box right when you walk in. She's like, just stuff it in there. I was like, no, I went and found a garbage can.
Okay.
So anyway, back to the wedding.
Was
Is that the
young
part
Im-
that was going to make me mad?
Yeah, walking up the stairs. But let me finish real
Okay,
quick.
all
Was
right.
that young Emily that said stuff?
No,
Okay.
no.
So many turns.
Oh, really?
So many turns.
No, but when I get to the reception, the dad and daughter, so the bride and father of the bride, doing their dance, guess who's playing the music and singing?
3 on a string.
No.
Edwin McCain.
No.
The dude that gave me the
Darius
hit.
Rucker.
No,
Oh, no, the dude that gave you the hit. Least surprising thing ever. He was carrying around weed.
I was like, I just smoked weed with that guy.
where? Right in front of the church.
Yeah. On the steps of the church.
Um,
And that just proves to show that you don't always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need,
Yeah,
right?
I guess.
so my response.
Quite a night in Montgomery, though.
My
There's something about a
response would
reception
be-
in the lyrics, right?
Yes. My response
yes,
would
it
be, listen, if your church has a problem with a guy smoking weed and hitting a high noon before he comes into church, you're not a church, you're a social club.
I like that.
Is that all right?
Yeah,
Okay. That would
absolutely.
be my response.
Yeah.
If your church has a problem with that, this guy just smoked weed and hit a high noon and then came in my sanctuary, well, then you're not a church anymore. You're a social club.
That's right. White Claw.
All right.
It's White Claw, not High Noon, but yes.
So, sorry, Jim. It's really not the main emphasis of the point there, but thank you for picking that one thing out and correcting us.
I love your openness
Yes.
about who belongs in the church.
Oh, everybody
I love
belongs
that.
in
So
the church.
Superior
I agree, man.
Thruster, it was the first United Methodist Church in Montgomery.
Oh, so they're used to it.
Probably.
First United Methodist,
I will tell
you could have gone into the fridge inside the church and got
White
another
Claw,
White Claw.
It was, I'm telling you, the church was beautiful. And I think the church was built in 1910.
Thank you.
But it was kind of cool. The father and Robert and Rochelle were married there also.
Oh, that's really cool.
Pronounce your last name again?
Con.
I thought it was Cone. Is it Con?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been mispronouncing it all this time.
I've only known them for years. It's fine.
I've said Cone too many times.
Yeah,
That's
it's the
on me.
I've always thought it was
me.
Roberto.
Yeah. It's a great family. Great old school Montgomery family. And just that would be my best of the weekend. Just all aspects of it.
Yeah. We'll get to best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by Hempill, coming up in the next segment. This part of the show being brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag. Hopefully you've been a lot on the Nuggets and on the Heat and money lines and all that stuff. mybookie.ag, Brownie.
Boy, I bet that Heat money, if you just went Heat money line, well, I would.
No, you're killing it.
Yeah. And if you'd have gone Heat for the series, think about that. I mean,
Dude, that was plus 500.
Yeah. MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you go to MyBookie.ag. You can play the remainder of this NBA conference final schedule. It could be just 2 games total, but you can play them right there. Major League Baseball had a dream of Buster Olney in it last night. He and I were in a car, and the driver fell out of the car, and the car was riding along with no driver, and I had to save the day. And Buster was leaving ESPN to come cover the Braves full time. That's why he was in Birmingham. Weirdest dream ever. Maybe I smoked that pen with Lance. I don't know. That was a weird dream. Buster is brought to you by MyBookie, mybookie.ag, code next round. When you use that code at sign up, you get that sign-up bonus up to $1,000. You use it right away. It is yours and yours forever. I'm going to give you a math example. You put in $200, you use the code next round, you're eligible for $300 that you can play right away. That's how that works. Up to $1,000 right there at mybookie.ag, code next round. Whether you're a diehard or a casual, does not matter. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code next round. mybookie.ag, code next round.
You guys, if you've watched our show, have been with us for 13 years, you know I have a complicated relationship with my dad. Love him, he loves me, but he was the guy who coached Little League Baseball in Alabaster, started 1 year before I was born, and I'm the oldest. He had no kids, and he coached Little League Baseball. The same team, the 11 and 12-year-old Cubs in Alabaster, all the way up until, and I was bat boy for the team and everything, and then when I was 10, the very next year, I always wanted to be on the 11 and 12-year-old Cubs, and I was going to be on the 11-year-old Cubs with my dad coaching. He decided to quit coaching because he didn't want to coach me. He went back and coached my brother's T-ball team.
Oh, wow.
Complicated relationship.
Boy, that has
right?
stuck
Would you
with
say,
you, too.
though, that about half your relationships are complicated? Is that fair?
All my relationships are complicated. But my dad, I liked Hank Aaron. He didn't like Hank Aaron. I liked, whomever. He always liked somebody else.
Oh, I bet he didn't like Tony Stewart.
No, he didn't like Tony Stewart.
Well,
he
he's a
liked
Dale
Dale
Senior,
Earnhart.
yeah.
He liked Dale Earnhardt.
Well, he quit the sport after Dale Sr.
I
passed.
know
Or did
he
go to
didn't like
Dale
Bubba
Jr.?
Watson.
So I mean,
Did he flip to Dale Jr.?
It is my mom did.
Your mom did? Your old man just
yeah.
punched out?
He has not watched NASCAR since Dale Sr. died.
Oh, man.
But my point was, every athlete I liked, he always liked somebody else. It was always somebody else was better than the guy I liked.
Right.
These guys are soft now, right? If I liked, somebody in the 80s who was good, Dan Marino. If I liked Dan Marino in the 80s.
God, that explains a lot. Were you a big Dan Marino fan? And you're just now telling
Is
me
James
this?
Senior a Maggie fan?
He likes Maggie.
Okay.
Yeah, he likes
What
Maggie.
about Bama? Y'all unite on Bama?
That's uniting for everybody.
Okay, yeah, my bad. What was I thinking?
That is a white claw on a church step. Everyone loves that.
Gotcha.
But the era before I was born of NFL football, Jim Brown passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim Brown was, to my dad, the greatest football player ever to play.
I've heard a lot of people say
Yeah, a lot
that.
of
Just
people say that,
the
yeah.
greatest athlete to play the game.
Such an
man.
abbreviated
Yep.
career.
And if you know my dad's upbringing, for him to say that about Jim Brown tells you how good this guy was. He only played from 1957 to 1965. Passed away last week, and the announcement came over the weekend. He's 87 at his passing, 87 years old. He was in 30 films including The Dirty Dozen, which is the film that caused him to retire from football early.
I heard that story last time from Doug Segrist. I never knew so they had gone late in filming.
Yeah, they were running over.
And the Browns were basically like, you got to get in camp, you got to get in camp. And he said, you know what, I think I'm just going to retire and be an actor.
Yeah. I don't know if it was exactly like
But
that.
I mean, that's the story I was told, yeah.
He was an activist. He did so much for the African-American community, starting businesses. He basically formed a financial union that started growing businesses out of Cleveland and then coast to coast. But he was the athlete, the baddest man ever to play football, my dad said. Impossible to tackle. They won an NFL championship in 64. They lost in the NFL championship in 65 and what's coming in 66. The Super Bowl
That's right,
is coming. And the Cleveland Browns, with Jim Brown, would have been one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl. And we maybe never would have thought Vince Lombardi. Maybe the trophy isn't even named Vince Lombardi, the Vince Lombardi
could be
trophy.
the Brown trophy.
If Jim Brown had not retired.
Yeah.
But he retires and goes into film. He was only 30 years old.
So that was when he retired, right before Super Bowl I. See, I didn't know that part of it.
Going into the 66 season. And they had won in 64.
Right,
65.
would have been a favorite, yeah.
The guy still holds the record. 104.3 yards a game. That was his average. He retires in the NFL averaging over 100 yards a game. That is still the record.
It's Barry Sanders-like, although Barry Sanders' career was longer.
Yeah.
But Barry Sanders, a lot of meat on the bone still.
Walked away from his prime and was just a menace. He could not be tackled. An activist, but he was in films, some good films. But he was in 30 films, and he had several times was accused of domestic abuse with women, never convicted.
Did you guys ever interview him?
I've never
I
had a chance
got
to talk
to interview him one
We
time.
did once with Ian, right?
Yeah, you and Ian did. It was great. I mean, that's one of those, when people talk about, Mount Rushmore of people you've interviewed, he's one of those guys probably would be on it with John Wooden, Magic Johnson. I mean, we've had some good opportunities. I know you guys, as a show, we all have as well.
I know the NFL Films probably will run some more video of him today, and they've been doing it all over the weekend. But if you watch him, like the number, I don't know if they kept the stat back then, Brown, but the number of broken tackles, the run after contact this guy had was unbelievable. I do wish we could live in a world where you could take Michael Jordan in his prime and place him in the NBA now, Jim Brown in his prime and put him in now just to see what it would be like, because I don't know if I mean for a man that back then he was 6'2", 230 as a running back.
Yeah, he would still dominate because you think about the diets, the weight training, just how different everything is. So he would still be one of the best ever.
It's funny. I remember my dad loved The Dirty Dozen, and my granddad, my dad's father, loved The Dirty Dozen. So I've watched it several times. And that scene where they've got a spoiler alert if you haven't seen it since 1966, but they've got to drop those hand grenades down, and they're like, "Who's gonna do it?" It's like Jim Brown. I'm like, well, of course it's Jim Brown. Yeah, that's one of the greatest running backs ever. That's who you're gonna pick. Lee Marvin, right? Lee Marvin was the main actor in The Dirty Dozen. But that's my memory of Jim Brown. Obviously, I never saw him play football.
Well, I'm going to get
well
you
before my
Saka.
time.
That was a great Jim Brown role.
It was a
First time I saw Chris Rock.
Wayans, the Boulder brother.
Yeah.
Keenan Ivory Wayans.
But Art Modell, I don't know if Doug told the story. Art Modell, the owner of the Cleveland Browns, was a madman. He was an ad agency guy in New York City, and that's how he made his money in the 50s and into the early 60s, and he owned the Cleveland Browns. And he actually helped Jim Brown get that role in The Dirty Dozen, and it comes back to bite him. And as we all know, the Cleveland Browns have been to how many Super Bowls?
0.
And they could have been in the first one and would have been the favorites to be in the first one and win it if Jim Brown had not retired, all because the owner did him a favor and got him in the movie because he had great contacts in Hollywood, like all the madmen did back then from the advertising days.
The Jets, if Jim Brown was still playing, maybe you don't win Super Bowl III. And Joe Namath is not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and you don't have the guarantee.
Yeah,
because that was an AFC team.
Yeah, look, maybe you do. Maybe you don't even have a merger.
Yeah,
maybe the
that's wild,
AFL
isn't it?
bunkers
Yeah.
goes, just crumbles.
All because he wanted to be in movies.
Yeah, everybody's saying he was a better lacrosse player than
That's
football.
what I've heard, is that he actually excelled at lacrosse, but there was no money to be made there, so he went to the NFL.
At Syracuse.
Yeah,
right?
at Syracuse.
Yep.
So he and Ernie Davis are the Syracuse legendary running backs back in the heyday of Syracuse football.
And I think Ernie Davis also went to the Cleveland Browns. Of course, his illness cut his life short. Crazy. If you go back and get a chance to watch, I think it's called A Football Life, the shows they do on the NFL
It is.
Network. Really, really great.
Well, you could put together a really good all Syracuse team.
Over the
You know,
years.
Donovan McNabb at quarterback.
Marvin Harrison
at receiver.
Dwight
Dwight
Freeney.
Freeney.
But if you got Jim Brown and Ernie Davis, you never throw one pass.
Yeah, Donovan's not going to get any attempts.
Stetson Bennett could quarterback that team.
Wow.
I thought about a new segment for us, like unbelievable like quotes or comments, like the best Georgia quarterback of all time doesn't even start on his own team.
Best Georgia quarterback of all time doesn't even start his.
Stetson Bennett's backing up Matt Stafford.
Ah, that's interesting. Yeah.
That's just kind of a weird thing, isn't it?
It is.
But are we ready to call Stetson Bennett the best Georgia quarterback of all time?
Georgia fans are calling him that.
Really?
I mean, he won back-to-back national championships.
Yeah, that's the most accomplished.
Are they holding a White Claw when they do it, though?
He probably has.
Speaking of quotes, our friends at Harbin's Outdoors will do a great quote for you. Tell them about that, LT, and then we'll get to best and worst of the weekend coming up.
I was having a conversation about pools yesterday, and I was talking about our friend Jeremy Harbin and what he does, because I was talking about I had 4 different people when we built the pool 10 years ago working on mine, and it took way too long. The great thing about Harbin's, Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting and final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself. Scotty's got some pulled up on the monitor for you right there. You can call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718 at Harbin's. You and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs, 205-300-0718.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Back with you in the Next Round live on a Monday now. Don't forget, 24 hours a day, we're streaming on our app. Also on TuneIn Radio, where we're live right now. That's a live stream. iHeartRadio, Odyssey. You get your podcast, of course, with Apple and Spotify podcasts. And welcome to all of our video platforms, including YouTube, where we ask you always to like, subscribe, and give us the thumbs up today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Tyler, the intern, Forrester and Lunsford, Taylor Korn handling everything social media today, and apparently working the red carpet, complimenting people's dress at work today. So Taylor out there back after her day off on Friday. So add Next Round Live everywhere on our platforms. And if you're not following us on one or the other, please do that. We'll be dropping a new interview from our Coca-Cola stage out at the Tradition this year. Tonight, it'll be extended conversation with Greg Sankey that'll be dropping tonight on our YouTube channel there and our video platforms. Softball over the weekend. Before we get to best and worst of the weekend, Alabama advances to the Super Regionals. They're in a must-win game with Middle Tennessee, 0-0 late. Allie Shipman hits a home run in the top of the seventh. They only play 7. That's the deciding game winner, 1-0. Alabama wins it. Without Montana Fouts, Jayla Torrance pitches a complete game shutout. She had 2 this weekend, complete game shutouts. Brownie, she hadn't gone 7 innings in her career, but one time, and that was in March of last year against UAB. So twice when it's money time, she goes complete game shutouts off the bench in place of Montana Fouts.
So obviously the competition's only going to ramp up from here. I mean, every game you play now is going to be against a much...
It's Northwestern, right?
Yeah, Northwestern
in a best of 3.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you make Oklahoma City, it's going to... Every step, it's just going to get more and more difficult. That said, I mean, I guess, by the way, this girl pitched, like if Montana Fouts can't go or whatever, you've got a lot more confidence now than you did before, right?
But you probably need Montana Fouts.
No, there's no doubt you do.
More importantly, the offense is just... It's dried up. I mean, 2 runs in 2 games against Middle Tennessee State.
Yeah, Middle Tennessee with some great pitching. Allie gets the big hit. Torrance got the pitching. Murph said Montana was an option.
I think she was in the bullpen at the end, right?
But he was glad he didn't have to use her.
Right.
Boy, you talking about didn't have to use her. I mean, it's 0-0, top of the 7th of a deciding game. When are you going to use her? But he trusted Jayla. Jayla got it done. And Murph talked afterwards about the key to winning and advancing this time of year.
Good starting pitching, great team defense. You got to come up with a key hit, and this one did in the second game. And the first game, they had the key hit from their shortstop. And that's high-level softball at the end of the year. That's what you're going to get almost every single time. So I was glad that everybody in this room was here to witness that. I'm sorry it took a little overtime. I don't know if you get paid overtime, but hopefully you do. But it was just a great day for college softball.
Is Murph channeling his best inner Eric Church there?
Well, I was about to say, have we advanced so far in the sunglass world? Because Greg Sankey, you'll see in the interview tonight on our Coca-Cola stage last week, kept his sunglasses on indoor during a news conference. Are our lights too bright?
Well, let me tell you what's at play here. Do you guys have prescription sunglasses?
I do not.
That is one of the biggest game changers in the glasses world. If you get prescription sunglasses.
If I actually read by the pool or beach, I'd probably need that, but I never do that. I'm a music guy.
8100 Michelson laser vision.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not everybody's a candidate. I'm not, but I've got prescription sunglasses, and it's a game changer. So once you get them on, sometimes you forget you got them on. Like I wear them when it's raining, like driving when it's raining, because it cuts through the glare and all that. So sometimes you forget you got them on. If they're prescription, I don't know if those are prescription.
For the record, are you defending Greg Sankey right now?
I am, yes, Jim. I think
you always come to
now.
Fight.
Look,
I did think it was a little strange that the commissioner had his sunglasses on.
Yeah, this is going against a long-standing philosophy I've had in life, that the 3 worst groups of people are table squatters at restaurants, people that wear sunglasses indoors, and terrorists. Those are the three worst groups of people.
Likely not in that order. But I don't want to Jim Irsay you up here, but likely not in that order.
Oh, I don't know. It just depends. But I'm backing off on that because I've had prescription sunglasses and I see. Now, listen, the whole sunglass indoors rule does not apply to blind people. I think it goes without saying.
Oh, like Bono.
Yeah, and people like that. But people that
But
don't.
you can tell who's blind and who's not.
Generally, yes. It's normally not a coin flip.
That cane with the red thing at the end.
How do you tell there's a blind man at a nude beach?
How?
Guys, it's not hard.
Here is the Greg Sankey, sunglass video. That'll drop later tonight. You'll see how much funnier he is with sunglasses on. The most important man in college athletics. That's later tonight. Right now, LT wants to tell us about his hair, Dr. B, and then we'll jump into the best and worst of the weekend.
Yeah, Dr. B helping me out again. As we get a little older, things start to thin out. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the name everyone recommended for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today. Schedule that consultation, 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net. Remember, Dr. B is also offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. Beckenstein can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. For more information, t3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
My best of the weekend is the creativity of Taylor Swift fans. You guys are capitalists, right?
Yeah.
Capitalists. Forster, I sent you a tweet here.
This stuff's getting a little ridiculous.
No way, another rain show, monsoon at Gillette Stadium.
Yeah, I saw this.
Look what they're, Brown, capitalism right here. Somebody who was at the concert online, they've scooped up the rain during the Eras Tour, Taylor Swift, and selling it for $250 a canister.
Yeah.
Now, what they're doing is wasting their time.
Yeah.
Is what they're doing.
I think this rain at her concerts, I think it's staged now.
Yeah. Do you think by chance somebody in Boston or Foxborough went to a faucet and just filled that up and wrote with a Sharpie on there?
She is powerful enough to be the rainmaker?
No, I was messing with Dunaway. But, I mean, it is kind of weird how it keeps raining at her shows.
But if you couldn't go to the concert, if you couldn't pay $1,600 to go to her concert at Foxborough, would you pay $250 to at least have a jar of her rain?
No. I mean, I barely paid $250 to have her do the concert in my den, much less a jar of rain.
Would you pay $250 to go to dinner with her?
No, I don't want to go to dinner with Taylor Swift.
Would you?
I mean, for $250 to go to dinner with Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
Yes. Do I have to pick up the
I would
tab?
love to hear that conversation.
Oh, God, Roxanne.
it'd
It
be
would
so
be the
awkward.
awkward Hall
He
of
would
Fame.
he'd probably talk in his baby voice.
Yeah. You wouldn't know where to start either. You would be stumbling all over the words at the start.
You really
Y'all sit
would.
down at the table, you would not know where to start.
How do you write a song?
Taylor, again, I ordered wrong. You ordered right.
What if she baited you and she was like, hey, will you rub my feet at dinner?
Oh, Dunaway. He wouldn't be asked. Taylor,
I couldn't do it. My hands got sweaty just thinking.
prop those dogs up there. Let me rub them.
All right, best and worst of the weekend. Brown's going to jump through all the those in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. You've already given us your best. Brownie, what's your best of the weekend or the week ahead? However you want to play this.
My daughter, Dunaway keeps referencing this. My daughter's graduating high school tomorrow. That's my best of the week, obviously. The best of the weekend, though, was Michael Block, the PGA Championship. He is a club pro. So do I need to golf geek this? Do you guys understand what happened here?
Okay, let me see if I can figure it out. You tell me if I'm close. Michael Block is a club pro.
That is right.
And because it's the PGA Championship, a number of club pros are allowed to play in this.
The PGA Championship is run by the PGA of America, which is a different organization than the PGA Tour. They are separate organizations. The PGA of America is who your local club pro works for. That's the organization. He works for the club. That's the organization he's part of.
How many
They're
of
the organization that basically has standards by which you become a club pro. So it's almost like, you know, a medical organization has standards by which you become a doctor, or a teaching organization standards by. They've got standards that you must meet to become a certified club pro.
So if you're at your club and you're getting a lesson from the local pro there, chances are he's a PGA
That's
Pro.
right. Yeah, PGA of America Pro. He didn't just walk off the street and say, "Hey, I can give lessons." They're like, "Okay, great."
And a handful of these guys, right? It's more than
40.
one.
It's 40. They play
40
a
of
tour. They play a tournament. They've got qualifiers and they play a tournament to get in. I think it's 40, somewhere in that neighborhood.
So there's a group of them that get to play
Right.
in this major along with the pros.
That's right.
But most of them get cut after 2 days.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because they're so far out of their league. So I was trying to think of what an example would be, and this is the best I could come up with. This would be as if a college baseball coach who played a little college baseball, was a really good player, maybe scratched around in the minors a little bit, that one day the Braves are like, you know what, we need a player. Or you know what, I've heard the coach at Long Beach State is a good baseball player. Let's just call him up and see. So he goes and joins the Braves, and he hits like 500 for the weekend with 3 homers. That's the equivalent of what happened here. I mean, that's insane, right?
I mean, he was so consistent. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, he opened with 3 consecutive rounds of 70. He was tied for 8th going into yesterday, and he definitely had the shot of the tournament.
Oh, yeah, the shot of the tournament. And he didn't embarrass himself yesterday. Like anybody would have expected, he just falls apart yesterday.
Playing
And
with Rory?
with freaking Rory McIlroy in the Sunday at a major where you're not even really supposed to be there.
And I guess he gets to keep his $288,000.
He
right?
does, yeah. He made
Because he's a pro.
$208,000 because he is a professional. He got into next year's PGA without qualifying.
Yeah.
Had he finished top 8, he would have been in the freaking Masters and the U.S. Open. And I think the British. I think he would have gotten all 3 of those if I'm not mistaken.
But explain that again. By being in the top 15, he's in next year's PGA Championship.
No matter what.
He's earned his way.
That's right. No matter what. He plays in the actual tournament. He doesn't have to go through the qualifying to get in there.
I saw somewhere that he is getting exemptions for a couple of more PGA events, and the joke was if you have a lesson scheduled with this guy, you may want to reschedule.
Well, plus, he's probably about to go up on his rate. The next event, which is back in Fort Worth, he's in that. He got invited to that yesterday.
And where's he out of?
California. Yeah, it's based out of California. And then the
Mission Viejo, I think.
Yeah, and then the PGA or the Canadian Open, which is later this summer, they gave him an official invite. So he's in 2 more PGA Tour events now. It's just insane. I mean, it's insane that this happens. I mean, it's
So you went Long Beach State coach being called up to pitch for the Braves. I was going to go, what was that bad movie, Rockstar LT, where the kid all of a sudden, he's like a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, and he's able to throw it 100 miles an hour?
Rookie of the year, man.
Rookie of the year.
Rookie of the year.
No, I was going to go
Here
the
you go, Gardner.
What is the goalie that sits in the stands? On the
yeah.
What's it called, Lunsford? Is it emergency goalie? It's that's what it's called, the emergency
Yeah,
goalie.
emergency-
There's got to be a fancier
Come
name
on, we
than
gotta do better
emergency
than that.
goalie.
So, yeah, it's all
Designated survivor.
If that guy came in like a game 7,
Yeah, and stood on his head and
Yeah.
saved everything and was like the MVP of the event, then it's somewhat like that, yeah.
Well, I was on the golf course yesterday as the PGA Championship was winding down, but the guys were following it on their app, and instantly my buddy Jay Orr goes, he just jarred one out on 15.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? The pro block just hold one out on 15.
I mean,
a hole
jarred
in
it.
one.
Wasn't
Yeah.
just a hole in one. He jarred one with a 7-iron. And, I mean, just for him to have the week he had and to have a hole in one, I mean, it was just insane how all that stuff happened.
Did you see when they told him that he was paired with Rory?
Yeah.
That interview?
Yeah.
He had to back away from the microphone and catch his breath.
Yep. The really cool interview was Amanda Renner at the end yesterday when she showed him the video his son had shot from the guy's home course of the room where they're watching the tournament when he had the hole in one. And his son said it was the greatest day of his life watching his dad do that. And he broke down. Like when she told him that. She showed him the video and he
pretty
started
awesome.
crying. She goes, the video came from your son who texted me this and said this was the greatest day of his life. And the guy couldn't even talk.
Speaking of videos, my best of the weekend was the wedding. Did y'all see the video of Taylor?
Well, I did. She has sent in a photo. Can we use
Scott,
the
do you
video?
have it? Scott's got it ready to go.
Can we use the video? She's not going to ding us for,
Oh, she's fine.
for copyright issues. Right?
I knew this was coming. Like, she didn't tell me anything, but these wedding parties now, their entrance, they get a little over the top with this. Now, right before she comes in, one of the groomsmen dropped one of the bridesmaids.
Oh,
What'd they do?
no.
What were they doing?
I
Same
don't even know
move?
what they tried to, I mean, it was a disaster from the start, but I knew Taylor was going to do something crazy, so I was
Another best of the weekend.
Here
This
we
is
go.
Taylor in full dress, barefoot.
Dirty
Wow.
dancing move. There's a compilation online, though, of those going bad.
Let it repeat. Let it repeat.
Like people try those, and the bride
here he
or
comes.
the
Dead run.
bridesmaid just goes over the top.
Yeah,
Well, she said that was her fear, that she was going to flip over and bust her head.
Yeah, he's a former college football player, I think.
In North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Look, he had no problem throwing her up there.
Yeah.
But she didn't have her shoes on all night. And I asked her, I was like, I got to see those feet. And they were disgusting.
Grocery store?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, more of your best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill. We'll tell you about Hemp Hill a little bit later on. Taylor, by the way, all-state soccer player, athlete, insulted when the groomsman said, "How athletic are you?"
Yeah.
And when she was telling us the story, it's almost that insulted her.
Yeah, but her answer was somewhat.
Yeah, no, she was going to, at that point, no matter what he asked, if he'd said, "Listen, we're going to swing off this rope, jump from one banister to another, and then backflip into the chocolate bar."
I mean,
pretty good vertical from her, though.
Not bad.
Yeah, especially in a dress. Try doing that in a dress. The show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka. That'll get you going on a Monday. Good for brunch, right? Good for brunch. Good for
absolutely. Look, if you like Bloody Marys, you like screwdrivers, Redmont Vodka is the product you need to put in there because it's locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind it. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available in 22 states. Ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Back with you on the Next Round. Bobby Carpenter's on the show at 10:25 today. He's our only guest today. He'll be with us there on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Keep the comments coming in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Lunsford from the back row Roll saying Fast and Furious franchise, you love it, but it should have stopped at 7. Isn't Fast 10 right now about to break, like it's about to break the $67 million opening weekend mark? Something like that?
I mean, $67 million isn't necessarily that great, especially for the Fast and
Like
Furious. But
it's become a joke, though, right? So when Vin Diesel puts these things together, he's like, let's just see how over the top we can get.
Lunsford made it his worst. Is it that bad?
this movie has basically tried to make a parody of itself in the 10th one, and this is supposed to be the final one, which they broke into 2. And then Vin Diesel said at the premiere they're going to make it 3 because Universal wanted that, just because they want money, because they do make a ton of money, especially overseas. But I don't know. It's cheesy. The CGI was terrible. It was just
it's cheesy. It's cheesy. But didn't one of the others? Didn't they go into space?
In the last one, they went to space.
Yeah, and this one's cheesy.
This is cheesy. Yeah.
No, I mean, look, 8, 9, and 10. They never should have made. When Paul Walker died, they should have called it a day. The 7th was incredible, and then just leave it alone.
All right,
that's I've only seen 2 of them, and I saw his best with Succession. I was telling you guys you hadn't seen it yet. Not going to give anything away, but I told y'all earlier, the acting from last night from every actor in that series was incredible. And I don't know if you agree with this, Lunsford. I said it about a month ago to Brown. I think Kieran Culkin is going to. He was up for Best Supporting Actors over the years for Golden Globes and Emmys. I think he will win Best Actor for a Golden Globe and an Emmy. He has been that good this season. What do you think, Lunsford?
How can you go from supporting to Best Actor?
Well, so
are you not still supporting?
He's kind of taking the lead.
Well, Brian Cox, I guess, had been the main actor, but
spoiler alert.
That's changed. I mean, he could have just stepped to the side. But but the two really, I guess Kendall and Roman, I guess both will be up for main actor. But yeah, I think Roman should take it all.
And Sarah Snook will be up for Best Actress. Yeah. And I think Tom has got a chance at getting Best Supporting Actor.
Wow. So Paul's best of the weekend, Roman scene in Succession last night. Culkin deserves an Emmy, he says, for that episode.
Unbelievable, man. And I thought his acting was great before, but that was the crowning moment last night.
It's crazy, though, that everybody knew his brother more than him. Maybe even before this series, right? I mean, Macaulay was the bigger of the Culkin brothers before this series.
That's how I still explain it to people. Like, if I'm watching it with somebody and I'm like, you know who that is?
Yeah.
That's Macaulay Culkin's brother.
Best and worst of the weekend, Hemphill. We'll tell you more about Hemphill a little bit later on the show. Keep those rolling in. Our friends at Wayne's celebrating 50 years right now, their anniversary. With our promo code TNR, you can save big bucks with all their platforms. $50, $100, $150, $200 when you add to your Wayne's bill right now. This is for new customers, but also existing customers. So go ahead and use that promo code TNR, even if you've been with Wayne's for 50 years, on their lawn care service, their mosquito protection, their pest control, and their termite bond, all with our friends at Wayne's. CallWaynes.com is the website. CallWaynes.com or 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. The promo code's TNR for everything with Wayne's, celebrating 50 years with the promo code TNR. New and existing customers, go save now. More best and worst of the weekend rolling in from our Twitter feed at Next Round Live. Comes, this is it's good and bad together. Jamie says, Jamie with an IE, best of the weekend playing golf with my son-in-law. Worst of the weekend, my score, 96. He got out there.
Ouch.
I could get a lesson or two, but you got to play with your son-in-law. That's good. It means a lot to him, I'm sure.
It's all about time spent. Little T out in the command center of our social media. Best of the weekend was the wedding this weekend that about half of our staff, it seems like, was at this weekend down in Montgomery. You said it could be your last time ever to spend the night in the city of Montgomery.
Well, I mean, I've been on the planet a long time, and that was my first night, so I just... I mean, I don't know another reason that I would go to Montgomery.
What if I told you that the governor's mansion has a pool in the shape of Alabama?
Oh, I've heard. I think I saw it when I was a kid.
It's not disappointing at all, I promise.
Is the diving board Fairhope or is it Athens?
No, I think the diving board's Athens. I think Fairhope.
I think the majority of it's a shallow end.
It's a wading pool.
Yeah. A lap pool.
How often do you think OK scans off and jumps in there, Rocky?
A lot. Cannonball.
I ended up at some bar yesterday, and it was a coffee shop, bar, bicycle repair shop.
Oh, that's good.
So they got a lot going on there.
It was one of the strangest places I've ever walked.
Yeah.
Did you get your spokes tightened?
I did not get my spokes tightened. I think there was somebody there that could have tightened my spokes. So
somebody check your air pressure? That back tire? Nope. Handlebar okay?
It was. I mean, sitting
Hey,
up bar,
got away.
looking over, and there are bikes being fixed.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know. I don't even know what the name of the place was.
Jared's best of the weekend. My wife is pregnant. How about that? I got
All
to
right.
assume Jared found out this weekend. His worst of the weekend, we put a down payment for a puppy 2 days before we found out his wife is pregnant.
You can do both. You can do
Well,
both.
if it's a Vizsla puppy, I'll snatch it up from him.
Wow. Nothing says love than LT trying to buy your
man.
puppy away.
I mean,
Oh, you want
if-
the rest of the story? He follows up. I'm sorry, Lance. I
No,
mean to
that's
interrupt.
okay.
You want the rest of the story? This is really cool. My wife said, if we can't get pregnant, let's just get a puppy. So we gave up, got the puppy, and then what happened? Isn't that
well,
cool?
Hey, the puppy's meant to be.
That's right. You got to keep the puppy now. Oh, see, Rockstar, I always envisioned the pool differently. I thought it ran north to south, so it basically runs east to west.
That's an awesome pool. I mean, that
You think Pat Dye's ever been in that naked?
with Guy Hunt.
What
I guarantee you.
Why do you think
they had
that's
titty
going?
parties back in the day at that place?
Why do you think that's going east to west?
No. I mean, I thought it ran north to south in relation to the house. Like, I thought Athens was in the back porch, and it ran to Bay Minette.
So you think the house is Franklin, Tennessee, and just walk out and jump into North Alabama
Yeah,
and swim
that's-
down
Well,
to
no,
the
y'all were
coast?
talking about the
That's what I thought.
diving board, and there's liability when it comes to the diving
Yeah.
board. I mean, can you imagine Kay Ivey trying to do a cannonball off the diving board?
I'm going to swim to Daphne.
So the
Catch
house
me.
the house is actually the state of Mississippi. Is that right?
I'm going to swim to Daphne.
You know, somebody pressure washed the pavers out there,
Yes.
but they need to pressure wash that driveway.
I think the house is Mississippi, though from the aerial view, Rockstar, our governor's mansion, not quite as impressive as I remember it
Yeah.
being.
That in Graceland wouldn't
No,
sell in
Are you
Greystone.
sure that's the governor's mansion to the left, or is that a pool house?
There's two buildings, so I don't know.
But no, I think the governor's mansion's down that path.
I'll see if
I
can get more
passed
pictures.
50 houses on the way to the coast that are better than that place.
I just want more of Rockstar doing KI. It's probably my favorite Rockstar impression.
By the way, we need to send Harbins to upgrade that
Oh,
pool a little
yeah.
bit, the shrubs and everything around there.
Yeah, I drove past that yesterday.
That's a good-looking governor's mansion. No, that's a pretty building. Good landscaping.
I'll tell you, they have an awesome building there. That's it's a retirement building.
Where at the governor's mansion?
No, it's like the retirement, the Alabama Retirement Union or something. No, in
yeah, the
Montgomery.
RSA. Yeah,
I mean that's a nice building.
Oh, it is. Yeah, they own a lot of nice buildings and golf courses.
That building would look better if we threw an X and a horseshoe up above the entrance there and just called it the Cayo House.
It does look a little fraternity houses.
A sorority house as well. All right. Top of the hour here, Bobby Carpenter in the next hour. More best and worst of the weekend throughout the show. Michelson Laser Vision's got LT where he doesn't need the prescription sunglasses.
969-8100, that's the number. Write it down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. One simple phone call again. Over 2 decades ago, I got the procedure done. I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. 2015 vision now still. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Rockstar, you think Dr. Bentley ever had anybody in that pool?
A couple people.
You think so?
I'll take out my burner phone. I don't want to get that wet.
There's a lot
Speaking
of
of getting things wet.
A lot of stairs on the left side of Mobile Bay in that picture.
There are.
What's on the right side, on the Fairhope side?
I think that's like the zero entry right there.
I don't know what that is.
That pool was built before zero
You
entry.
think that's the swim-up bar?
Yep.
They should have just made that a little hot tub area.
Yeah.
That is one ugly pool, by the way.
It really
It
is.
doesn't
a
even
bad
really
pool.
look like Alabama.
I mean, I love our state and all, but that is a bad pool.
Do you think anybody else has got that in our state?
That pool?
I mean, there's political nerds, right?
Uh-huh.
And a political nerd that wants a pool that likes the state of Alabama.
I mean, we just don't have a good-looking map of a state. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
you went to
Dun-
Vermont pool?
No,
like Texas is attractive.
Dunaway claims you can have an attractive state. I've never
Yeah,
understood
you
this.
can. Texas is an
Florida
attractive
is
state.
hot.
What makes Texas attractive?
It's just an attractive-looking state.
Well, but can you give me some qualifications of
no,
what makes
I
you
just, you
attractive?
just know
Okay.
it. Look,
Idaho.
You agree?
Is Idaho attractive?
Oh, good jewelry?
Jewelry? Yeah. If it looks good on jewelry?
Yeah.
Okay, Idaho, is it attractive?
No, Idaho.
Colorado, a perfect square.
Yeah, Wyoming, it's a rectangle.
No,
Is
that's
it?
my point. We're not
We're
even
oblong?
a good square, a good
Tennessee,
rectangle.
do you think Tennessee's attractive?
I think
It's not bad.
I
It's
think
not bad.
I think you say Texas because it's so recognizable.
That's right. California is an attractive state.
I don't think
on
it's
the map.
attractive.
on a map.
I mean, I'm looking at it right here. There's not one that just pops for me.
Nevada, is it attractive?
But see, you're not a coast guy. You're more of a.
What do you mean? I'm going to California this week.
I'm just saying you don't like the way you don't find coast attractive on maps.
I don't know where that comes from.
Attractive is just such an odd word to use for this. That's my deal.
I'm just saying we have an ugly looking state.
I'll tell you, Oklahoma's awful.
Well, it's got a handle. You can hold it.
Yeah. Now I don't see anything that jumps out. I would say that's an attractive state.
Louisiana,
Texas.
Louisiana attractive too. That's like a boot.
Nope.
No, Louisiana.
Do you agree with him that states can be attractive and unattractive?
No, I'm looking right now. They're states. But I would say if I had to have like you
would choose
a
Texas.
state, I probably would choose Texas.
Thank you. Point proven. That's the end of 1 hour. I'll take the W.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, there's a
That's like if a fourth grader drew it. That's Texas.
That is a pathetic. Like I'm firing my the guy that actually the architect that put that pool together.
You know, Harbins has watched this whole segment going, damn, we're pretty good. We're better than these guys who are doing these states.
Hey, if you're laying on those bottom lawn chairs, do you have to climb a wall to get in the pool?
Brownies, they're gonna enter the pool and we're gonna make them pay for it. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll talk college football with Bobby Carpenter coming up. Over the weekend, Alabama got a 4-star defensive lineman, Jeremiah Beeman from Parker High School, picked Bama over Auburn, Georgia, and LSU. Also a 4-star defensive lineman out of the state of Mississippi, Cameron Beavers, goes to Ole Miss, picks Ole Miss over Alabama, Auburn, Mississippi State, and LSU. And another pickup, if you don't think Hugh Freeze got to Auburn and thought, man, you guys talk a lot of quarterbacks. We need some guys who can go catch the football, some dudes. They went and got another wide receiver, Shane Hooks, who was the #1 receiver for Jackson State, Dion's team in the SWAC last year. Had 10 touchdowns, 748 receiving yards. So Hooks out of the portal to Auburn, joining Jair Shorter, Nick Mardner, and Caleb Burton from Ohio State as another portal wide receiver pickup basically since the end of spring.
I mean, the entire passing game is going to be remade with Peyton Thorne likely being your starter, I would imagine, and then all those receivers. You're not going to recognize any part of the passing game, which is a good thing because it's not been great for several years now, basically going back to Jarrett Stidham. Is that 19 or 20 out of the portal
20 now.
20?
If you count the edge rusher from Liberty.
Yeah.
That's 20 total portal guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's
a lot of portal guys.
It is.
So anything, I saw where like the New York Post had the Auburn story and a couple of other outlets. Any more details?
No, it has been quiet over the weekend. There's obviously been a lot of rumors, but nothing confirmed right now. The multiple suspensions are where we are at. There have been a lot of people that have tried to decipher who those players might be, but no official word, no comment, no anything. I mean, if you want to go by message board rumors, those times turn out to be correct. At times they don't. So, I can't caution you one way or the other. I'm not going to say don't believe anything you're reading on the message board, because sometimes those things do turn out to be true. But I would say if you do believe what's circulating on the Auburn message boards, this is pretty monumental. But again, I mean, those things, sometimes they're true, sometimes they're not. But as far as actual legitimate reporting, no.
Down at Auburn, some football news. We'll get to the on-the-field stuff with Bobby Carpenter coming up 96 days away from the week 0 start of college football. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Slice Pizza. Ready for lunch today with a slice and a salad.
Yeah, 4 great locations. Make sure you get in. Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park, created by Jeff Pajaya, the late Jeff Pajaya. Great dude. His brothers continue the legacy. Both Jason and Chris, you'll find them there on location. Stop in for big-time lunch. Or on the way home tonight, how about dinner to go? Curbside pickup every single night for $75. You can get the 12 wings, the half pan of salad, and 2 specialty pizzas. I would go with the Hot Mama and Wing and a Prayer. But check it out for more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Dodgers and Braves tonight in Atlanta, with the Braves up 5 on the Mets and the Dodgers up 1.5 on Arizona, starting a series of 2 first-place teams right there. And, of course, Nuggets and Lakers tonight, 7:30 on ESPN. The Lakers down 3-0, trying to stay alive. And I would imagine if you're an NBA fan, you're ready to move on to the championship series with the Nuggets and Heats. But we'll see if we can get the 3-0 comeback from somebody there. All right, I wanted to get to Brooks Koepka winning. We brought up in Brown's Best Michael Block, the club pro, finishing tied for 15th, and the amazing weekend he had, without talking about the guy who won the event. Monumental on a couple of fronts. One, it's his 5th major.
Mm-hmm.
And he becomes the only other player other than Jack Nicklaus to win the PGA Championship 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
So that's impressive.
Did I win a stake?
5th major. I don't think so, but I'll go check. 5th major. One of only 20 guys to win that many majors.
Yeah, I mean, that puts you in a tie for 15th all time, and you move up the list very quickly. I mean, he can very quickly be top 10 majors all time with just another major win. And if he can add 2 or 3, you're going to talk about him in top 5 all time. Now, I don't know if he could do that. He's 33.
But he's still already first ballot Hall of Fame.
Oh, easy. The Golf Hall of Fame. Yeah, I mean, once you win a couple majors, you're in that. So, yes. But I'm just saying he's legit got a chance in a way. We measure – it's going to be weird with him because he's going to play this live stuff.
Well,
and
that's the other big thing is that he's the live guy. He becomes the first liver. I don't know what they're calling them. Livite.
Well, the Livites played well this weekend.
Yeah, the Livites did okay.
Well, they weren't bad. I mean, he was runner-up at the Masters. I mean, they were close. Well,
Mickelson played well on Sunday at the Masters
That's
too.
right.
Yeah,
so they were close there.
Yeah,
but what were they 2-4 on Sunday? 1-4.
Yeah, I think they had 5 top 20 guys.
Yeah, but number 1 and number 4, I think, and so I mean that's a statement. Now, if you're a golf fan, you have. I mean, this is instant credibility. They're not a bunch of has-beens over there or guys who are just chasing money. You've got one of the greatest golfers in the world who's not on the PGA Tour. He's on the Live Tour.
You are. Yeah, you are. But if I'm a PGA Tour guy, my attitude on this is I'm about to go back and play in an event that will have 3-4 million people watching on a Sunday. You're going to go play in an event on a network that preempts the end of your event for Family Feud.
Well, chances are he's not going to go play. He's going to have a month off and then play
right.
again. I mean, that's one of the attractive things about Live for these guys, right? Is they're getting a lot of money to not play golf.
Now, you got to deal with it. He and Bryson got booed and heckled. I mean, you got to deal with that. You got to be able to be a black hat guy if you're going to do this because you're going to have fans that are going to boo you. I mean, they got booed on the first tee, both of them.
He is one of the more
quickly turned for Koepka when he won it.
Fascinating careers ever because more than half of his PGA Tour wins have been majors.
Oh, yeah.
He's got 9 PGA Tour wins and 5 are majors.
Yeah, he only shows up for the big games.
And that's what I was going to say is when you start discussing greatest golfers in the history of the game, let's say he wins 2 or 3 more. He's in that discussion, not up where Nicklaus and Woods are, but in that next tier of guys, top 10 guys of all time based on majors. Yeah, but I mean with Mickelson and Tom Watson and those guys, Gary Player, I think Player's got 9. So if he won 4 more, he'd be right there with Player. If he wins 3 more, I think he's with Watson.
Is Lee Trevino one of those guys?
Lee Trevino's up there, Arnold Palmer, obviously. But Dunaway, he's never going to have the PGA Tour wins that those guys have because he's playing Live. So there will be.
But it's just majors. I mean, does anybody,
I'm with you.
Does anybody care about PGA Tour wins? I don't because
No.
I don't know if you're winning, the Pascagoula Open.
Well, some are better than others.
Yeah.
I mean, some are better than others, but I judge on majors. I mean, that's why you play the game is to win majors.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's what I judge on as majors. And he's got a chance at age 33 to be in the discussion with the greats of all time as it relates to majors.
Now he had a little down time, and I remember the stake bet, LT. Now it was when he was the best golfer in the world. I think it was a stake. I had a stake that he wouldn't win one of the majors over the next 6 majors, whatever it was. So that one timed out is why you didn't win one. But at one moment, right? Didn't he win like 2 in a row, 2 majors in a row? 2 of 3 in a row, something like that.
I'd have to go back and look.
I mean, he was the guy to beat in these things for a brief moment.
Well, he almost just won 2 majors in a row.
Yeah, he almost started to do it again because he's healthy again, Brown, right?
Right, yeah, he hurt his knee.
Yeah, so now he's healthy again. So can this guy, he'll be one to beat at the U.S. Open, right?
Yeah, he won the 18 U.S. Open and 18 PGA is what you're talking about. That was his back-to-back. I mean, I'm sure odds are out. I haven't looked at them, but I don't know how he's not your favorite to win the U.S. Open.
You know what he made last year?
Is this Live money?
No, this is I mean, some of it is Live
I have
money.
no idea what he made.
On course and then endorsements. He made a total of $69 million.
Yeah, he ain't hurting. Trust me.
But again, on this Live thing, the money we heard, they're backing out their winnings out of that, right?
That's been reported now. That has been. The Live has said that is not true, and there are a lot of people that still maintain that that's the way it's working. So, for instance, if I gave Brooks Koepka $200 million and I'm the Live, if he wins $4 million, they're like, well, congrats, I've already given you $200.
Right.
We're down to $196. So you're going to work it off till you get to $200 million. They have said that is not true. That this was just 100% upfront money. I don't know what the true answer is.
But if you're anti-Live, it seems like this was the best guy to win because he is the guy in Augusta that seemed to be a little hesitant about Live, right? He was one of the guys who I think he's quoted as saying, if I had been healthy, I'm not sure I would have gone to Live.
Yeah, and there have been reports that he's trying to get out of his Live deal, that he would like to, or he would like to be the one that brokers the piece to play both of them. I could play Live and I could play PGA Tour. So if anybody looks like they're not, and if you'll notice, part of the Live contracts, and it's interesting to me with Koepka, I guess this is not in his contract. If you'll notice, like Phil Mickelson wears his logos, right?
That's right.
Koepka's still in his Nike gear. He's not wearing his Live logos.
So when they were offering him money, he said, All right. And he looks at the contract. He goes, I'm not doing this. I don't care how much you pay me.
I
I'm not
guess
doing
so.
this.
Yeah, I guess that's what he did because he's not doing it.
Does DJ do it?
Yeah, DJ wears his. That's what's interesting about it is even the big names, Mickelson and DJ, and those guys are wearing, Sergio, they're wearing their Live logos, and he is not.
Koepka's almost top 10 PGA earnings all time.
Well, the top 10 is going to
just because I know the money is so different.
The money is
now.
so huge now.
But he has he's got career earnings PGA Tour of over $67 million.
Yeah, I don't know when this was updated. I've got Scotty Scheffler still is your favorite in the U.S. Open. Koepka's fourth at 14-1. Scheffler's 8.5-1. Rahm 9-1. McIlroy 10-1, and Koepka 14-1 at the L.A. Country Club coming up June. I just realized I'm going to be out there right on the tail end of that. I may go try to play L.A. Country Club that Monday after.
Monday after the tournament?
Yeah, after the tournament. You think they'll let me on? You think that'll be a problem? Like if I called them up?
If you take a next round hat?
Yeah.
No, I'll tell you who's a member out there.
At L.A. Country Club?
Yeah.
Who?
Rick Neuheisel.
He's a member at L.A. Country
I
Club?
think so.
Oh, that's interesting. Guys should call Rick then.
Yeah.
That's what Lance is telling me.
Rick would go play with you.
You know whose house is on the first fairway?
Anthony Kim's.
It is not.
Oh, wait.
This house is on the first fairway. I don't know how much they'll play it up in the U.S. Open, but this house is on the first
Anthony
fairway.
Hopkins. He was close.
The Playboy Mansion.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the Playboy Mansion
Well,
is on the first fairway.
Is it on the right side or left side?
I believe it is on the left side, yeah. I think you got to...
No way I could hit it then.
Here's the joke. I think if you're a righty, you got to be a hooker to get in.
Yes.
Do you think Fred Couples ever went to pick up a ball in there?
Oh, there's a chance, yeah. Yeah, there's a
so
chance.
will you give In and Out another try?
Well,
Anna
yes.
Kate's going to make you.
Yeah, my kids are going to want to eat. Well, my youngest was not a big burger fan, but yeah, Anna Kate's going to want to eat.
I think you'll swing back. I mean,
I've had it 3 times now.
Well, I could tell you, though, the one I went to in Scottsdale was the best run fast food restaurant I've ever been to.
Wow, that's a big
history
statement.
of all time.
Oh, I'm planning on having
Excuse me, other than Chick-fil-A.
I'm planning on having it for lunch Thursday. I'll send you guys some pictures.
It was so well run. Like there was one guy. Did I already tell the story? There was one guy in charge, Rockstar, and I think he was the owner. And like everybody's uniform was
those paper hats on,
pristine. Everybody was buttoned up, and he was walking behind. Like he didn't have a job. He was just walking behind, making sure everybody was doing their job.
Like Gus Fring.
I mean, it was
that's intimidating.
It was very. I mean, if the military academies ran an In and Out, that's what this one was like in Scottsdale. I mean, like every
right. Yeah,
buttons,
tucked in, buttoned up. Yeah.
Everybody looked
Yeah.
exactly dressed the same.
Could you eat that burger right now?
Oh, it was delicious. It was delicious. Flipped me around. But of course, I'm working with my friends at Way to Wellness to lose weight right now. Again today, Brownie, after a partying weekend.
193.4.
Well, no, I think you're 191.683.
No, I was maintained 192.6 as I start this week off. But that's a good thing coming off a weekend. That I'm the same as when I left on Friday.
That's
I'll still
right.
be the same on Monday.
That's a victory.
I don't even think showgirls in Vegas know their exact weight. Yeah, the ounce.
Yeah. Well, I'd be 192.4 if I did not have this hoodie on. 192.6 today.
I'm surprised you don't weigh naked.
Why did you not weigh naked?
I do weigh naked.
No, you weigh naked. You wake up, relieve yourself, and then immediately weigh. That's the weight you want right there. That's going to be the lowest it ever gets.
I'll wait till I get out of the shower.
No, you got water on you then.
Yeah.
Your skins absorb the moisture.
They make towels, Brown.
No, but your skins absorb that, and it's made you heavier. I'm telling you.
Well, then,
Yeah, you're supposed to do it before
straight
you
out
get
of
in the
bed.
shower.
Straight out of bed. Go use the restroom. Come back in. Weigh yourself.
You're probably like 172.
Yeah.
0.843.
Check back tomorrow and see if I'm 192.4.
I am on pins and needles.
My friends at Way to Wellness are helping us out. I cannot say this any more simply than the fact that Way to Wellness saved my life once because my blood pressure and cholesterol were going through the roofs. Way to Wellness and Ryan Brown, who told me I worked too much, I need to get a hobby.
That's right.
Saved my life. Ryan can't help you, but Way to Wellness can. You jumpstart your weight loss journey this summer right now with Way to Wellness. Just go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That'll take you to the website. You'll find out that they don't worry about contracts. There's no contracts. There's no sign-up fees. And your first consultation with Leslie and her board-certified team is absolutely free. So no out-of-pocket money after you at least look into this and go check it out. So you can do all the information gathering you want without paying a dime with my friends at Way to Wellness. The website, again, is a planforme.com, or you can just Google Way to Wellness. That's WEIGH, Way to Wellness, and that will help you lose weight and get some vitals in check so you can live a longer, healthier life. My friends at Way to Wellness, a planforme.com, the website. All right, we've got Bobby Carpenter coming up on the other side. We'll talk to Bobby. A couple of other notes here before we jump into that. One of them is the SEC baseball tournament starts tomorrow in Hoover. That's in our market. Auburn gets Missouri in the final game of Tuesday night. Alabama gets Kentucky in the 4:30 game to start the evening session. Remember, Tuesday is single elimination. Now, don't think to yourself, though, that Auburn or Alabama need to do anything in this tournament. They were both comfortably in the NCAA tournament. Why they may want to win a couple is they're trying to maintain a certain level in the RPI where both of them could host when it comes to the NCAA tournament. I don't know how many host sites the SEC will get, but Auburn and Alabama are fighting to be in that.
Oh, see, part of the problem there is, for instance, Alabama plays who to open the tournament?
Kentucky.
Have you seen where they are in the RPI?
I do not.
That'd be number 2.
That's pretty good.
And they're playing an elimination game, a single elimination game. As Scott showed you the bracket there in Hoover, that's pretty crazy and shows you the depth of this conference. The problem for maybe Alabama, but certainly Auburn, is in the top 16, there are 9 SEC teams.
Wow.
They are not going to allow 9 SEC teams to host a regional.
They are not.
So, and that's in the RPI, by the way, not the rankings, the RPI. So I don't know, and Auburn is 8th out of those 9 in RPI ranking. So I just don't know how all that's going to pan out. Alabama at 12, Auburn at 15. They're, like you said, they're easily in. But as it relates to hosting a regional, how many SEC teams are they going to let do that?
Auburn baseball finished as maybe the hottest team in the SEC. Alabama sweeping Ole Miss. Amazing run that they have done. Interim Coach Jackson has done since that betting scandal cost Alabama the coach. So both of them come in hot. Ross, who I think watches us from the state of Mississippi or has Mississippi roots, says it's amazing that neither Mississippi school, where baseball is important, made the SEC baseball tournament, and they are your last 2 national champions, right?
Yeah,
Mississippi State and Ole Miss, and they can't even make Hoover. Yep. That's how good this league is in baseball.
I get that, but at the same time, there should never be an excuse where you win a national championship within a 2-year window and you can't get back to the SEC tournament. So when Texas and Oklahoma join the conference, I'm assuming all 16 are going to be able to make the tournament.
We've talked about this. I don't know if you can do that because, again, as we discussed the last time this came up, you get one bad rain day. It already throws them way off. Imagine adding that many more teams.
You got to go like softball and just make it single
First
elimination.
2 rounds are single.
Make it single elimination all the way through.
Maybe so, but certainly Tuesday and Wednesday would be all single elimination.
I think it'd be more exciting single elimination, all teams.
Yeah. Just going to, you have 2 days of first round games, or maybe we end up going to a site that gives you 2 fields. You got to have 2 fields.
Well, I don't want them to move it, but I think the coaches would not mind single elimination all the way through.
If you're scoring at home, Brownie, we have 3 minor league baseball parks in Birmingham.
We do.
Yeah, 2 of them are pretty state of the art at the Hoover Madden and Regions Field.
Your problem is, if I'm a Texas fan and our RV into this joint, now I got to jump in my car and drive 30 minutes to get to the other field.
That's called economic impact, which I'm all for.
So when they go complain, that is called economic impact.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
When we come back, Bobby Carpenter on college football. There's a lot to talk to Bobby about because we're getting close to kickoff of the season. One question I want to ask Bobby Carpenter. We'll see if these guys wait. What's happened to Ohio State? They're still very good, but something seems to have changed the last 2 years. Let's see if we can put a finger on it with Bobby Carpenter next, right here on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. So what are you guys supposed to do with 200 plus motorhomes if you move it downtown? We're not moving it downtown. If we're going to play 2 games, we're going to play 8 games in one day, maybe 2 stadiums. The main part would stay out there with all your motorhomes. But when you move it to Memphis, their big stadiums downtown, there's a lot of places that aren't going to be able to accommodate all the motorhomes.
That's right.
Sorry, RTD4.
Yeah, that's why we're keeping it.
Yeah.
Bobby Carpenter is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, former Ohio State and Dallas Cowboy great, talking some college football with us. You can also hear Bobby. He's on SiriusXM all the time, on the SiriusXM College. Also the Morning Juice there on The Fan, 97.1 The Fan up in Columbus. And he joins us now. What is up, Bobby? How are you?
Well, I'm doing great, man. It's a fantastic time of the year. You know, we start turning the page here, get ready for a little summer. If you're in the sports media, it's a little bit dead, but it's a nice reprieve because you're going to get blasted here with 7-8 months of football before too long.
You know, we were talking about the late, great Jim Brown earlier in the show, and I made a point that you could probably put together a pretty good all-Syracuse team. Now, obviously, an all-Ohio State team would just be legend upon legend. But if I asked you, who is considered the greatest Ohio State player of all time?
Ooh, gosh, that's tough. And, man, you start talking about positions generationally. It was interesting just because watching the Jim Brown clips and some of the highlights of how great he was. And I was watching during my local show this morning in Columbus. And I think that they probably want to interview him after I talked to him. But one of the great things that when I was at Ohio State, Jim Tressel, our head coach, just to understand for everybody the tradition of a place like that. And you get that at Bama, and you get that at USC, and some of these Michigan, these great schools, Syracuse, where they historically have been great for 70, 80 years. And I wore number 42. And I mean, you can make a case that Paul Warfield, was the greatest, in that conversation for greatest Buckeye. I got a chance to meet him. Oh goodness, about 15 years ago. I think I was in the NFL first or second year, and I was back. And he was around. I think with his grandson at camp, and came up and introduced himself, and then felt the need to. And this is the type of guy I felt the need to preface that with what he had done. I'm like, Paul, he was Mr. Warfield. I know exactly who you are, man. Exactly what you've done, and you're a Hall of Famer for heaven's sake. I mean, to get a guy like him, guys like Orlando Pace, and you have Heisman Trophy winners, two-time Eddie George. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. Jack Tatum, you could go with that. I mean, I don't know. It's almost like finding one guy in a position is hard enough, let alone trying to say who would be the best in the history of the program. But it's a fun exercise to sit there because it brings up why so many of us are sports fans. And as an adult, it's great, but you fall in love with the sport as a kid. And so it's kind of really relative to, I would say my sweet spot was probably between the ages of maybe 9 and 14 or 15, 8 and 14 there, where you're old enough to understand the sport and to understand how great it is, especially as you start to get into middle school, but you're still young enough to really appreciate it, just appreciate the love of it and enjoy it and sit there, with a little bit of a childlike ignorance of just appreciating the game and the greatness of some of these players. So, for me, that's watching Eddie George and Andy Katzenmoyer and John Springs and Joey Galloway and, Mike Vrabel and guys like that. And you get a chance to meet them as you get older and, fortunate enough to kind of run into those guys. And it's the best part of sports. And so, I mean, that guy, for my dad, was Jim Brown. When he grew up in Lancaster, Ohio, and I didn't even realize this. My dad never really cheered for any NFL teams particularly. He just always kind of cheered for guys who he played with or coached them or whatever it might have been. And he told my kids one day, he's like, "Oh, it's Browns thing going on." And it was, like Jim Brown, that was the guy. He's like, you see highlights and stuff, and I was on the tail end of him, obviously, but he was the best, and it wasn't even close. So for him to play running back, he's like, you see this guy and what he was able to do. And, I mean, there's a handful of guys I think that generationally translate. I mean, I think Jim Brown is one of those dudes where you could put him in 2023 in his prime at 25 years old, and he's probably just as good as he would have been, back in the 50s and 60s.
Bobby Carpenter's with us all over the place. I think he has 16 radio shows every day, and he's a great Ohio State and Dallas player. As we get ready for this season, and this is a discussion we can loosely have here about Alabama as well, because there has still been great on-the-field success, but not where Alabama was. So I was reading, I think it was The Athletic the other day, and one of the things I saw with what has happened to Ohio State, and it just feels like the last 2 years has been different, even though it was a missed field goal away from going to a national championship and likely winning a national championship last year. 2 losses to Michigan, I guess, can make you, ask the question, what has changed? What has happened to Ohio State? Does anything feel different about this program going into this year than, say, it did 3 years ago?
I think there's maybe a heightened level of focus or whatever, but an understanding of the sense of urgency. But I would say this, that's what has changed. And it's no difference than, with what's going on in Alabama. In the last 20 years, we've seen this slow segregation of college football, and a lot of it, the BCS started some of it, and then the playoffs, and then, power consolidating in certain conferences and certain programs, and, the argument, the rich getting richer, whatever it is, and how they just continue to improve. But it's really the expectations. I mean, Nick Saban hasn't gone 3 seasons without a national championship ever at Alabama. And you're staring this down now, and people are like, well, they're asking a lot of questions. Ryan Day, obviously hadn't lost to Michigan, and what seemed like forever, had been about a decade. They'd only lost 1 and won 10 before that, or seemingly. I mean, it dominated. All of a sudden, you lose 2 in a row, and then you didn't play the year before that, so it's like you're trying to remember what the last win felt like. And it's those expectations of going in every year, hey, we're beating our rival, we're winning the conference, we're playing in the CFP. And hopefully, every, 3 to 5 years, we're bringing home a trophy from that thing. And so that's what I think has changed. And Ryan Day he's embraced it. He understands that he hasn't hidden from it. The expectations are a great thing because expectations mean that there's people that care, that it matters a lot. And I heard an argument. People, everyone now in society, you want to downplay expectations, and, everyone gets a trophy and this and that. And listening to speakers, like, dude, get the biggest expectations you possibly can. Get a boulder. He's like, you throw that thing as far as you can get it out there. He's like, and those expectations are what anchor you to be able to go achieve success. You tie a rope around it, you start pulling yourself to those. And that's what's happened to some of these big programs. So when you fall short, everybody takes that step back and, like, what's going on? What has happened? Well, the expectations have changed. It's not just, hey, winning the conference every other year, this or that. No, it's not a hopeful. It's an expectation. And so that's what I think has changed a lot. And so the players have to embrace it. The coaches have to embrace it, and understand that, there's a limited margin for error. Now, if you're going to a 12-team playoff here soon, maybe you can lose a game during the regular season. Maybe you can lose 2 and you still get a crack at it. Like Ohio State was able to have this year. You maybe lose your rivalry game, but, if a couple things break for you, you maybe beat the defending national champs and go on to win your own. But, that's not the reality of what happens. So you've got to kind of deal with that and understand that the next year, it's like a volcano. There's mounting pressure each and every year. And you cannot hide from it. You have to embrace it and just understand that, that's why it's a special place, and that's why you get great facilities, and there's, big salaries for coaches, and the players get taken care of, and all those things, but with, great responsibility, great power, you have that responsibility and expectation for you.
Bobby Carpenter is with us, former Ohio State great, Dallas Cowboy, at BCarp3 on Twitter. You hear him on SiriusXM and also the Morning Juice there in Columbus. I learned something over the weekend, and I have watched college football my whole life. I never knew this existed, but I was reading the Pete Thamel ESPN article about how Kevin Warren kind of butchered the TV deals and the new Big Ten commissioners having to try to clean up the mess. And in that, it mentioned the fact that there was this kind of agreement between the Big Ten and some of the power schools. They would not have to play November night games. And NBC now has that primetime deal, and they're having to go to some of these schools and say, "Guy, you got to help us out a little bit." As an Ohio State player, were you aware of this agreement that you guys didn't play November night games?
Well, it's something that, on a lot of it's not really for the players. I think it was mostly for the fans. And you start getting, it's a little bit reversed, guys. In the South, like, you don't want to play a noon game in September.
Yep.
That's no fun for anybody. The night game, you're melting out there. The night game in November, a lot of some of the fans, boosters, people have been going for a long time. Like, it's going to be, might be 20 degrees outside. Like, well, okay, it's a football game. They do it in Cleveland. They do it in Pittsburgh. They do it in Cincinnati. They do it in Buffalo. And it's November. It's not February. And so they kind of had that gentleman's agreement where both schools would kind of have to agree to it. And Ohio State was one of the schools that took one for the team here. They put one on Michigan State. It's November 11th. It's the latest night game they've ever had in the shoe. And they did it to kind of as a make good to NBC. And then I think Penn State and Michigan State are playing on Black Friday, which is something else they've never done. That they're trying to appease it. But I think Kevin Warren, they agreed to a lot of things in principle, but I don't know if there's a lot of the details ironed out. And maybe some of the ADs and the coaches weren't fully abreast of everything that was going on. So I don't think it's necessarily the biggest deal in the world. Everybody wanted to applaud Kevin Warren for getting his deal done, and I think he did. But the old adage, the devil's in the details. I think he was just trying to get a deal done as big as possible, make it look as good as possible. When in reality, yes, there's a lot of good things to it as far as dollars. But NBC, they weren't paying to go head to head with a CBS broadcast at 3:30. They set a primetime game. They made a primetime game, guys. And that was every week until the end of the season. It didn't stop on Halloween. So they got to figure that thing out right now. And I think they maybe even gave NBC a game for the Big Ten championship that I don't know if they had the liberty to do. And I think Pete talks about it in the article that Fox might be getting a nice sizable chunk back since it was really their right to be able to host the game.
Recently, Ohio State, Michigan, the winner of that game goes to the college football playoff, typically win the Big Ten. Now you've got USC coming into this conference. Are those teams excited about USC coming into the conference, or are they a little hesitant?
I think there's an excitement there. Just it's another big game, and USC has got tons of cachet, and it's going to be a big deal. I don't know if anybody's like super juiced about the logistics and travel, how that's going to work. Do you fly out there? If you play 2 in a row, like in the NFL, you stay out there and play 2 in a row and you stay. Well, I guess kids are still going to class. I know we have NIL and all kinds of stuff. But I do believe that they have to go to school at some point and receive some sort of grade. So I don't know how they're going to do that. And I think that's where more of the, I wouldn't say trepidation or fear, but there's just an uncertainty about how is this going to work when we start pulling in multiple schools from the West Coast and understanding that when they brought USC and UCLA in, Ohio State, they're going west once a year at least. Penn State, Michigan, like the Rose Bowl and the Coliseum, like they're not getting filled up by Rutgers and Maryland. And so those schools are going out there once a year to fill those stadiums. And that's going to be the case. So the coaches are prepared for it. They understand how it's going to work. It's just we got to figure out the logistics of it.
All right, he is Bobby Carpenter. Go follow Bobby on Twitter at BCarp3, and you can hear him on SiriusXM all the time, the Morning Juice there in Columbus, and BobbyCarpenter.com. Bobby, thank you so much for the time. Always fun talking with you.
Oh, anytime, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, buddy. Take care. Bobby with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We talked about a lot of college football games there. You can play those games at mybookie.ag. Coming up this season, mybookie.ag, your one-stop shop for all your betting needs, whether it is Major League Baseball, the remainder of this NBA season, college football coming up, some of the futures there, all that right there at mybookie.ag. Don't forget to use code NEXTROUND to secure that first deposit bonus up to $1,000. That is code NEXTROUND. They make it simple. You sign up and play. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Whether you're a diehard or a casual, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Good news for Mississippi State. Tulu Smith not staying in the NBA. He's returning to Mississippi State. 15 points, 8 rebounds a game last year for the upstart Bulldogs over in Starkville. That's good news for them. We're watching Janai Broom and anyone else who may be coming back out of the draft. This is a week where we'll get details on them here locally. Big pickup for Arizona. Keyshawn Johnson from San Diego State goes to Arizona. Arizona is going to be loaded next year. Keyshawn was the guy who basically shut down Brandon Miller during crunch time that eliminated Alabama this year. He's a great one, leaving San Diego State to Arizona. The show being brought to you in part as well by our friends at LegacyCreditUnion.com. Our friends at Legacy. Everyday checking, those lifestyle loans. Many times throughout the year, I tell you about swapping over your car loan to Legacy. They're wonderful when it comes to car loans. They're the official credit union of UAB. Legacy is proud supporter of UAB athletics. For 60 years, they've been dedicated to service to education and healthcare industries. Legacy Pavilion is actually the practice facility for UAB. You see that every time you drive through downtown Birmingham. Legacy Plaza is outside Protective Stadium on game day for UAB football fans. Those lifestyle loans I tell you about every day, perfect for unexpected medical expenses, for updating the backyard, maybe a pool, maybe a new playset, or that dream vacation with the wife. You get it with no collateral and very affordable rates. All if you go to the website LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com. And then there's that everyday checking. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. The instant issue direct deposit card. And, of course, the additional perks you get with digital banking. And don't forget, you get your direct deposit 2 days early. It's all right there with Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. Brown.
Did you know that about the Big Ten? Did you learn that in that article too?
It did surprise me that there was an agreement that they didn't play. I just knew they always played day games. I just thought it was a TV decision. Like Michigan, Ohio State's always 11 o'clock, Central 12 noon.
I just thought that was tradition.
Right.
And much like the Red River rivalry is always at 11 o'clock there at the State Fair. I just thought that was part of the tradition.
And I don't think for a lot of my life they had lights at the Big House, right? Didn't they have to bring them in?
But I do remember other kick times for that game because I'll never.
No. It's been a 2:30 kick before.
Yeah, I remember in 2006 when Alabama played Auburn, it was a 2:30 kick because they kicked at the same time.
Yeah, I remember going head to head. I remember having to.
Because that was undefeated Michigan, undefeated Ohio State.
Yep, I remember having to bounce back and forth between that game and the Iron Bowl. Oh yeah, 100%.
You sure it just didn't go long?
No, 100%.
Yeah, it was 2:30.
They were head to head.
Because I remember talking about it on the air before, Jordan Hare needs to put that game on their big screen.
Yeah. No, I remember sitting there bouncing back and forth between the two. I vividly remember that. But I would have sworn, like if you'd said, has Ohio State played a primetime game
in November?
I would have said, well, of course they have. I did not know that was an agreement. And it's just kind of funny to me. Like Bobby out and out said it like, hey, it's just too cold at night in November. The way it was worded in the Pete Thamel article is injury recovery, logistics on campus. Nobody ever said it's just too cold in November, which is funny to me because we keep always hearing when this playoff comes, we're going to want to get those southern teams up here where it's nice and cold.
Yeah. And by the way, we're going to play playoff games in prime time.
That's right. Some of them, if a lot of them are going to be in prime time.
A lot of them. Let's talk more about the botched TV schedule or TV contract that the Big Ten is still trying to ink, and if that is a problem for them, and a lot more coming up after Brownie tells us about one of our new sponsors here, man.
So you mentioned Lance is just getting his body put back together one piece at a time with Michelson and Dr. B and all that.
I mean, your house.
My house is the beneficiary of this show, and I think the show for it.
I'll go ahead and tell you, I did mention to Maggie.
Yep, I'm not surprised.
Somewhere between your bathroom and what you're about to tell me about your garage, I was like, we picked a crappy time to sell our house.
You know what is so funny, Rockstar? This weekend, as we were cleaning our garage, getting ready for what I'm about to tell everybody, I'm like, at some point, Dunaway's going to say, wish we hadn't sold our house when we sold our house. I could have
No, I did. I told Maggie.
I've not even done the commercial yet, and he's already said it.
I'm like, my goodness, in our old job, we couldn't. It was for years. I was like, man, somebody needs to fix my fence. I need this, a deck, and boom, we're over here, and all of a sudden, we have pools and garages, bathrooms.
So
we're actually paying for that stuff, though.
I know. So Tough Dog Coatings is who I'm telling you about. Tough Dog Coatings is a brand new company in Birmingham, and they're going to come put down those gorgeous coatings. It is not. They have not mine yet. They've been out, and though they've looked at it, so they test the moisture. They check for foundational cracks, and if it fails those two tests, they won't do the job because they don't want their product to fail because they're putting it down on a failed product itself. Does that make sense? So they're going to test all those things first so their product doesn't fail. But when they put it down, it's down, and it's down for good. And it makes your garage look so much better, feel so much better when you're walking around barefoot. And they even tell me it's going to make it smell better. It's going to take away that old garage smell that you can get sometimes. They can use it.
Wow, look at that one.
Yeah, I mean, around the bars. They do it around swimming pools as well. The coatings around swimming pools, which lowers the temperature so you can walk around barefoot. It's got a 15-year warranty. That's hugely important. It's not going to fail. It is easy to clean. It looks amazing. It never cracks. It doesn't wear out like epoxies. It will not yellow in sunlight. It is rated for anti-slip by OSHA. I mean, it's got everything going for it. Tough Dog Coatings. Now, come out and get them to look at your place and do a quote. I'm going to give you this phone number. That's a 205 area code, 947-3639. That is 947-3639. Or ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That is TUFF, ToughDogGarageFloors.com. This is not some national company. They haven't bought a franchise. I know it looks that way because it's so impressive. These are just local guys that have started this company themselves, and this product is incredible.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to look great in my garage. I cannot wait to show you. Tough Dog, 205-947-3639 or ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That's TUFF, ToughDogGarageFloors.com.
So they're local guys, and they just started. That's amazing.
Yeah, what's amazing to me is they came out and looked at my house, and I saw the way they were dressed, their truck, and I thought, okay, so they've bought some national franchise. And he asked that, and he's like, no, this is all local. We came up with the logo, the colors, everything.
I mean, that stuff. Just give me the pictures again, Forrester. It almost looks like countertops.
Yeah, I know. They say you will not believe your garage once you get this stuff in there.
That is amazing.
And so as you can see, those garages are empty. So we had to clean the stuff, and that's another benefit is we cleaned a bunch of crap out of our garage that we just accumulated over the years. And we're like, we don't need that anymore.
How many pairs of golf shoes?
I have got 4 total pair of golf shoes. None of them
went to Vapor.
I had already purged golf shoes last off season.
Wow,
so
that's a lot of golf shoes.
Yeah,
it is.
It's 4 pairs, in fact, Lance. It's 8 total shoes.
Just say it's a lot of golf shoes.
It is a lot of golf shoes. It's 4 of them. You never know what you're going to need.
All right, when we come back, we'll jump into what apparently may have been, other than almost canceling the COVID year for the Big Ten, what may have been the biggest mistake in Kevin Warren's short time as the Big Ten commissioner. That is next on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
I don't know if there's any injuries or what, but you guys in the chat room have been talking about this high-speed chase through Hoover that, according to RTD4, has ended in the Hoover Commons. But apparently the car that was being chased was crashing into everything.
Jeez.
So hopefully everyone is okay. And if we can get some more details after the top of the hour, we'll pass it along to you. Maybe some pictures or something from our friends at ABC 3340 or someone.
Yeah, not making light of this at all, but when I moved out to California, they would always go live on chases like that from the helicopter, and it was really fascinating. And I remember one time, and I might have told this story on the air, where the assailants, whatever, were boxed in a cul-de-sac, and they went to basically run over a cop, and they killed him right there.
They killed the driver, not the cop.
Yeah, they killed the drivers.
Yeah,
or the driver and passenger.
Our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa bringing you part of the show today. We've gotten through Mother's Day, but Father's Day is coming up. A good reminder that it's not just for mom.
Oh, absolutely not. Anybody special in your life, you need to treat them to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa. It's the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7 at birminghamwoodhousespas.com. gift card simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa right there at Summit Shopping Centers. Tell Casey and Stuart, the guys from the Next Round, sent you.
How big of a problem is this TV contract for the Big Ten? Is it going to get worked out, or is Fox getting its feelings hurt? Is NBC? I mean, obviously the Big Ten is a big get for those networks, but I mean, it feels when CBS and NBC were being factored into this, Brownie, I always felt like, why is Fox letting any of this go? Because they were paying so much money.
Yeah, so the Pete Thamel article basically focuses on a handful of things. The most important one, and Bobby Carpenter mentioned both these, the most important one is in these negotiations, Kevin Warren gave NBC a Big Ten championship game that wasn't his to give away. It was Fox's game. And now it's going to create the schools, or basically the conference, having to give Fox $40 million. And the schools are just finding out about this, which, I mean, that's a significant amount of money for a lot of those athletic budgets. Now, Ohio State and Michigan may not miss the $4 million, but I can promise you, Illinois will.
Yeah, but
Rutgers.
But if I'm Fox, I want that daggum game.
Yeah, I either want the game or the $40 million, one of the two.
I don't want the $40 million. I'm going to make more money than $40 million off of the Big Ten championship game.
Well,
likely.
They probably. I'm guessing they don't think that. That's why $40 million is the number. I don't know, but you could be right. The other issue, the one I find far more interesting, is they've promised a full season of primetime games to NBC. Kevin Warren did, and there was apparently this agreement that I did not know about until yesterday, that the big schools like Ohio State, Michigan basically refuse to play November night games. So if you're NBC, you're looking at this month of November is off limits for potentially Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, some of these, more traditional programs. I'm not even going to get night games.
And you would say, okay, well, easy, just to USC and UCLA. Well, Fox is going to get a first pick. There's a good chance that a USC
That's right.
good team matchup is going to be a Fox game.
Yeah.
Or a CBS game.
Yeah. So now all of a sudden I'm NBC. I have bought into this primetime schedule, and I find out in November I may be stuck with Northwestern Minnesota's. No, thank you. I don't want that. So
Minnesota seems like they're always willing to play a cold night game.
Yeah. That's why when I was in Minneapolis a couple of years ago, I didn't go because it was at night and it was way too cold.
Yeah. So I think you're realizing now, Lance, why they've got this agreement, right? I don't know how Kevin Warren botched this badly. And maybe he just knew he was on his way out, and I'm going to leave my mark and let somebody else clean it up. I don't know. And money fixes a lot of this. Like, I'm guessing Ohio State could be convinced to play a night game in November for enough money. But at some point, NBC's like, I've given all the money I'm going to give. I agree to this. And by the way, here's the other part. These deals aren't even signed yet.
Oh, that's right.
NBC's already picking games. They haven't even signed a deal yet.
That's right. Which, always until there's a signed deal, you wonder if something can fall apart at the 11th hour. Surprising move on Friday after the show. Mike Bone resigned from USC as the athletic director. The LA Times had published a story that there were internal criticism going on about his management style. From the outside looking in, he looked like he had saved USC from the Lynn Swann days and the Pat Hayden days and had taken USC into the future. The collective is good. Lincoln Riley was hired. They signed this monumental deal to move to the Big Ten, a more secure conference. They've remodeled the LA Coliseum, all these good things. Mike Bone up forefront on a lot of this. It's hard to believe that he's walking away. But that LA Times story sort of is hanging out there as, I wonder what the details are.
It's really interesting. And, that's the best hired SC since Pete Carroll. And I think Mike Garrett was.
Lincoln Riley is.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley is.
Okay.
I think Mike Garrett was on the clock for the Pete Carroll hiring. And, when Pete Carroll was hired, people were like, this is terrible. He was the fourth choice. Nobody thought it was going to work out because he didn't have a lot of success.
Yeah.
And then we saw Pete Carroll won multiple national championships. But it's a weird story based on the fact that it seems, like you said, from the outside, Bone's done a really good job with the USC program and really all sports considered. But effective immediately, I mean, usually that's a health reason or something bad has happened internally.
Yeah, the one way, like there are certain ways something bad has happened. When the tweet comes out, and it's attached with something that's been written in the Notes app or, one of the apps on your iPhone. And it's like this, that's a hastily put together statement that I just typed out on my iPhone. Like I always assume before even reading it, If I see a Notes app statement attached, I'm like, this is bad news for whoever has typed this out. They are trying to dig out of a hole somewhere.
Goose in the vault. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, and when I see effective immediately, I always assume the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, effective immediately, it's either bad health or bad situation, one of the two.
Because if it was a part of the plan, it'd be like
That's right.
June 1.
That's right. June 1, and he's going to hand the reins over to Lance Taylor or whatever.
Already have the successor ready
That's
to go. Goose writes in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Kevin Warren was supposed to get a bonus for completing that huge billion-dollar television deal.
Well, there you go.
But the Big Ten are looking into whether they have to pay him now because he actually didn't get it finished. And there are so many things, some loose ends to tie up with the new commissioner.
What a mess.
I mean, that's like walking in. The new commissioner walked in and they were like, hey, congratulations. By the way, this guy has left a big pile of, you know what, in your upper right hand drawer, and you got to sift through it. Just a few member schools? We can pull them all in the room. No. 3 TV networks who don't like each other.
That's right.
Yeah.
And by the way, your most powerful schools say, we ain't playing primetime games in November. So
we are not helping you out.
Good luck.
All right, top of the hour. When we come back, LT's got our 4 downs in the final part of the show. We'll jump back into college football. First-year coaches coming up. I think we have 11 of them in major college football. I want you guys, we'll get the dry erase board out, and we'll rank in the next segment who we think will have the best success. You know, you can go 3, 4, 5 deep, however you want to go, but which one's going to have the most success in year one?
Anywhere in the country, first season coach?
11. I think there are 11 major college FBS. So
Okay.
don't go FCS on me,
That's fine.
Division III, and throw in a Wisconsin Whitewater Brown.
We'll not do that,
Don't
Jimmy.
do that. Let's stick with the major guys. You know, the Hugh Freezes of the world. First year, who's going to have the most success just in year one, not long term? That's part of the conversation. You play along at home. When we come back on TNR, the show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, Brownie.
And you can sign up right there by using code NEXTROUND at sign up. That is code NEXTROUND. And what that will do is make you eligible for a deposit bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. They make it simple. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay at MyBookie.ag. Whether you're a diehard or a casual, it really doesn't matter. There's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND when you sign up. Get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000, and you can play it right away at MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND when you go to MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, second half being brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. First weekend in a couple of weeks that I haven't been by Champy's. I'm sort of craving it today. You can get by there. Lunch is open right now. They've rung the bell and opened the doors at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 right there in Alabaster. Great Southern fried chicken, those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, all the great sides, the hand-cut chicken fingers, and so much more. Check it out online, champyschecken.com. Swing by and say hi to Sterling and the crew. Lunsford and I are working on the voter list for the 40 and 40 countdown, taking a little longer than I had wanted. I'd hoped to send out the request for you guys to start your voting process over the weekend. We're going to try to get it out tonight to you. We've got it whittled down to 160 left, and we're going to try to get it down to the 58 that'll be voting. So right now we're down to 160, and we've got to still whittle that down some more. And here's the 160 finalists I have right here. So we're going to whittle it down. You want to do them live on the air? We'll select them live on the air.
Wow. How did you
individually?
How did you select finalists?
A lot of it with input that we have that input into the show.
Yeah.
You know, familiar names that we
mean,
see that are contributors
right
on the show. Those that have voted on in the past, and some of the newcomers that have been new to our show and been active on our social media platforms and over there. And then we try to divide them up between fan bases.
Between schools, like Auburn, Alabama. I'm amazed that many people want to participate. I'm honored that many people want to participate. Like you'll have to remind me at least 2 or 3 times to get my rankings to you, and these people are volunteering to do it, and I actually get paid to do the show.
Your commitment to the show does not go without notice.
By the way, speaking of new to the show, I met a guy at church yesterday that is brand new to our show. Like he told me, he introduced himself and he said, I turn you guys on right after Rick and Bubba. He goes, I listen to Rick and Bubba every morning, and as soon as they're over, I turn you guys on. So I guess he misses our first hour, but that's okay. Hopefully, he goes
apparently
back.
Our best hour.
Yeah, he goes back and listens on podcast, I'm sure, or watches on YouTube. But do you know what his first show ever for us was? He was like, the day I found you guys, and I didn't get into how he found us, but he was completely unaware of us.
Got to be the Lion King, Tiger King.
Not Tiger King, nope.
Special show at Slice with no power.
Not special show at Slice with no power. It was the day the fire, day the fire sent us to the parking lot. And he goes, the first day I watched you guys, you had a fire in your building. You had to do part of the show from the parking lot. I was like, yeah, that was one of our shows. That's for sure.
Yeah. Let's say.
Could you imagine that being the intro to our show? The first time you've ever watched us.
I think Lunsford ranks that as his number one show of all time. Do you put that number one if you were doing a quick ranking of our shows all time?
Show?
Yeah. And that's your favorite show?
Yeah, I think Lunsford, you just said you liked what it did for our flexibility and our teamwork.
Correct. From a technical perspective, it showed off what we can do, so that's why I like it the most.
Yeah. No, I was very proud of the effort that day.
Yeah, but can you imagine, the next round looks like they have fun and talk sports in Birmingham. I live in Birmingham. I'll watch this. These idiots are doing a show from a parking lot. What is going on here?
Yeah. And as the last guy here, I mean, I don't want to medal or anything, LT, but my bravery that day really showed for the show. dedicated.
It was
for the
amazing.
show.
We talked about it.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Well, we were in the parking lot,
The
right? We were
sacrifice,
talking about
I missed the commemorative plaque when I walk in. I have not seen that yet.
Dunaway wants Reed to stand behind him and put that medal around him like the president does. Yeah.
I'll refuse it though. Look, I just hear
This
the
goes
word.
to the people.
Yeah.
Can
It's
we
the
break
people's
that
medal.
into 11 parts so that everybody up here gets one?
Somebody had to be the last man off the ship. It was me.
Yeah, it was the teamwork. We all decided I'd be I think the quote was, Jim, you've lived the longest.
You got less to live for, Dunaway.
You've done a lot of things that
I
young
think-
Tyler hasn't gone to
I
yet.
think that does work sometimes.
I mean, hey,
Yeah.
why not? Why not? All right, back to college football we go. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back into the game.
Yeah, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. They want you to remember the number. It's 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting something in the attic. Maybe you hurt the knee getting up from the couch. You hurt the elbow shooting hoop in the backyard. Let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive Chat Room. Steven says, good old Jimmy Good Samaritan. Well,
That's right.
You should not stay on the other side of the street. If you see somebody in cover, walk across the road and help them out if they're in trouble. Chase P says, still waiting for Saban to award Dunaway a medal for his bravery in Knoxville. I would just tell you, all I'm going to say is Tennessee comes to Tuscaloosa this year. I would be in the stadium early. That's all I'm going to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you direct your attention to midfield.
Athletic Director Greg Byrne is standing by.
Jim's standing out there just waving at everybody as they cheer. Didn't we have a player punch a girl? Yeah, I wasn't no Jim, though. Yeah. Y'all keep clapping.
I was on the other side of the field. I can't be everywhere at
He
once.
was still shooting a viral video at that point. I would tell you that, in all seriousness, one of my favorite things we do at Alabama and Auburn, basketball and football, is when we recognize the military personnel who have served our country, and they read the stories. And I will tell you that you instantly say we're so trained now that not trained, but we want to honor our military personnel. That once they start the announcement, everybody stands up and they start clapping.
Right.
Even in the press box where you're not supposed to clap, I stand up and I start clapping.
Well, you
I'm
can clap for that
Yeah, you're
stuff.
not going to
Yeah,
kick me out
not
of the
the
press
game.
box for clapping for one of our American heroes. So you start clapping. Well, then they go into what this person has accomplished. And there was one day in Tuscaloosa that the guy had, been at one of the major battlegrounds, and it was in the Pacific during World War II. It was just one list after another, and you're sitting there going, and this guy was like, I feel like he deserved his own bar on the flag. He had done so many great things for our country.
But you couldn't hear them all because they clapped. Yeah.
Well, you're clapping, but then people were like, yeah. And this guy, you basically did everything in the Pacific, and it's just an amazing moment in the game. But at some point, they've done so much that the applause basically took up an entire CBS television timeout, and you know how long that can be. I think it's 4.5 minutes. Greg Sankey tells me it's 2.5.
Yeah, never over 3:15. I think is what he told you.
4.5 though. I've seen 4.5 before.
The commissioner says you're lying.
Yeah, it's a great moment at all the games. When you go to the games, make sure you're standing and clapping. Let's talk about some first-year coaches. We got a great list of first-year coaches. We were just talking about who are first-year coaches. 11 of them, and this list is pretty good. I thought Kenny Dillingham was a good hire by Arizona State with their situation. Hugh Freeze at Auburn, no particular order here, alphabetical. Scott Satterfield at Cincinnati, got out of Louisville in a good time and got a good job there. Deion Sanders at Colorado. Brent Key at Georgia Tech took over for Jeff Collins on that staff and did such a good job. He keeps the job. Jeff Brom back in his home of Louisville. Zach Arnett at Mississippi State in tough circumstances. Was going to eventually be a head coach somewhere. Matt Rule at Nebraska. Ryan Walters at Purdue comes in with some a great resume. Troy Taylor's the guy at Stanford taking over, and Luke Fickell at Wisconsin. That's a good list there. I've got 4. I didn't put a specific number on guys you think would be successful.
I've got 3. You want 3 to go first?
I got 5.
I'm going to go 4 first.
All right.
I'm going to start us off.
It would seem like we go 3, 4, 5, but however you want to do it, Jim.
I've got Matt Rule 4.
Uh-huh.
I've got Luke Fickell 3, Hugh Freeze 2, and Jeff Brom 1. Here's why. It doesn't mean Jeff Brom's going to have the best record. Matt Rule, I think, is going to get Nebraska back to a bowl game. 6-6 may be it. But just to get that program going in that direction and back to a bowl game would be huge.
Yeah, 6-6 is double their win total.
Luke Fickell may end up having the best record on here at Wisconsin. But the expectations are different for the program he's taking over there. So that's why I have him at 3. Hugh's done a great job of remaking that roster. I think Auburn will have, I think 7 or 8 wins you're talking about. Jeff Brom, I think, inherits an easy schedule in this upcoming year for Louisville. And being a native son, I think when it's all said and done, by expectations, Jeff Brom will have the best season, Hugh Freeze second. Luke Fickell may have the best record, but I have him 3rd and Matt Rule's 4th. Those are my 4. LT?
My 3, I've got Jeff Brom. You mentioned the schedule. This was an 8-win team. You lose Malik Cunningham at quarterback, but I think Brom can win 7 or 8 games right there, at least keep it steady. Luke Fickell, when you look at the last 3 Wisconsin coaches, in year 1, Brett Bielema won 12 games. Gary Anderson won 9, and Paul Chryst won 10. They won 7 last year. I'm not going to be surprised at all if he doesn't get them to double digits. And then Hugh Freeze. Last year was kind of a disaster for Auburn fans. The whole Brian Harsin experiment was a disaster. Hugh Freeze can coach, and I think it will show in year 1. I think there's 7 or 8 wins.
So you got him number 1. Huh?
I got him number 1.
Wow. I am going to start at number 5. I'm going to go Zach Arnett number 5. I think once you got down to 5, Kenny Dillingham, Zach Arnett, we're talking about guys, they're going to be near the bottoms of their divisions or their conferences.
Can I tell you why I left Zach off?
Please, because you only went to 4.
Well, I wasn't going to put Zach there at 5 either. Big shoes to fill in the late Mike Leach. And, Mississippi State's 9 wins last year.
Yeah.
They've gotten used to winning.
It's going to go backwards. There's no way he can achieve 9 wins.
But once I got down to this point, I'm at Zach Arnett at Mississippi State. I'm at Brent Key at Georgia Tech.
But if Brent Key,
Kenny Dillingham.
If Brent Key just gets them to a bowl game.
Oh, if he gets them to a bowl game, he ought to be Coach of the Year.
Coach of the Year, right?
Yeah, but I don't think he will.
Yeah.
Matt Rule at number 4. I do think Matt Rule can get them to a bowl game, and I think that's Coach of the Year. I think Hugh Freeze at number 3. And I like Luke Fickell number 2. I think Luke Fickell will have the best record here of this group, but that's kind of the expectation at Wisconsin. And then Jeff Brom number 1, you brought it up the other day. I had not really stopped and looked at their schedule. You brought it up the other day. It is such a manageable schedule for them.
Especially with the roster he was talking about coming back. Yeah,
I think Jeff Brom will be number 1 on this list. I think Jeff Brom ought to contend for 8 or 9 wins at Louisville. And Satterfield, I think Satterfield was very underwhelming there. I thought that was a super weird hire by Cincinnati. If I'm Cincinnati and I go from Luke Fickell to Scott Satterfield, I know I've downgraded. That was a weird hire by them.
Didn't you feel like Eli Drinkwitz was a bigger gamble of a hire from that program, but it looks like he's going to turn out to be the better coach than Scott Satterfield?
I don't know if he is or not.
But Drinkwitz was only there 1 year.
Right.
And so everybody figured that Satterfield, what he built, he just maintained it, much like a Larry Coker Miami
There's
situation.
no doubt Drinkwitz was the bigger gamble, because I think Satterfield was he not at App State 4 years?
Yeah, he created the program, basically.
Well, got it to
took
where
him to Division I.
Yeah. I think Drink is already better than Satterfield at their next job after Appalachian State.
Well, hang on now. So he was at App State 5 years, 51-24, 38-10 in conference.
But he was with them, LT's right, when they transitioned up to FBS.
Correct. Let me pull up Eli Drinkwitz number now. This is going to be an ACC versus an SEC East, so this is going to be a tough comparison. But Drinkwitz numbers at Missouri's 17-19, 11-15 in conference. Satterfield was 25-24, 15-18 in conference. A lot alike to me.
Yeah.
About 500 in both spots.
But what's the difference? One's in the
one's in the SEC East. I said that, and one's in the ACC. But still, I can only excuse that so much. Drinkwitz 5-5, 6-7, 6-7. He's yet to have a winning record there. Satterfield at least gave him 2 winning records, in 4 years.
At 5-5, 6-7, 6-7, is he going to a bowl game all 3 years? I think he has.
Drinkwitz.
Yeah.
He has, in fact. They've yet to have a winning record yet. They've played 3 straight bowl games.
But let's not forget how
now,
good
the
of a
first
job.
one was the COVID year. That was actually a pretty good year at 5-5.
Oh, 5-5
Yeah.
all SEC record. I mean, 5 SEC
No, you're right.
wins.
That was his best year so far.
Yeah, but to me, he hasn't sniffed what Gary Pinkel accomplished.
Oh, nowhere close.
No, that's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
You know?
No, he'll never sniff that. Drinkwitz is never going to get them in a situation where they got a game in Atlanta to make the national championship game, and he did that twice. Pinkel did that twice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Back
No, he
to
did.
back years?
Back-to-backs.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No. Yeah, but I'm saying in both times, I think they're in the national championship
Oh, yeah.
game.
If they beat
win it.
Oklahoma, they were the number 1 team in the nation.
Right.
And that was the infamous Les Miles going to Michigan day.
Right.
But they lost that game, ultimately didn't play for the national championship. And then again in 2000
against Auburn.
10.
Was it 10?
Yeah.
No, or was it 13?
No, 10. They would have been in the. They were.
No, it was 13.
I think it was 13. Yeah, I think
because 10 they played South Carolina.
That's right.
Yeah.
13. They would have been in the.
Yep.
Would have been in the national championship game if they beat Auburn.
Yeah, so Pinkel did that twice. I don't think Drinkwitz will ever even sniff that at Missouri. In fact, I don't think he'll survive.
He'll never go to Atlanta.
I don't think he'll survive at Missouri. I think Drinkwitz will be out of there sooner rather than later.
Well, I'm not saying Drinkwitz is going to be Pinkel. I'm just saying he's been better than Satterfield was.
It's a low bar, but maybe you're right. I think they've been a lot alike.
When we come back, we'll get to trash. But one more thing this segment after Brownie tells us about how his bathroom got remodeled.
One piece at a time, Dunaway. We're putting the Brown House. We're going to make the Brown House incredible. Rockstar, I'm going to get a Shape of Alabama pool.
Oh, my God. Please do.
Dunaway, I'm going to make you jealous because I got my quote from Brad on Friday.
New
We're
pool?
talking today.
No.
Digging up the old one?
No, this is.
No.
Do you dig up an old pool or do you fill it in?
That's what they did in that Poltergeist. It was not a good day.
No, so Brad came out. Not only did he take a look at the master bath, he also took a look at my kitchen, sent me a quote on both, and I think I'm going to pull the trigger
You're
on
doing
both.
both? Look at Lance.
House is off the
LT.
market now.
Yeah, time to spruce it up. Hey, listen, when Lance puts it back on the market, here's what you get almost dollar for dollar.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about it.
If not dollar for dollar on kitchen and master bath. That's what everybody's looking for. So our master bath wasn't great. We didn't like it. I know some of you look at those photos and say, I'd take that. I get it, but we just didn't like it. It wasn't what we wanted. And we'd put it off and put it off and put it off. And finally, Jennifer Brown said, all right, we're doing it. Here we go. So she scoured the internet. She read reviews. She talked to people. She got some people out to look at it and give us quotes. We picked Brad Bell, and I'm so happy we did. A-plus tile home remodeling, Brad Bell. He came out and gave us an estimate. It was one of the best prices we got an estimate with. And by the way, he said there are a lot of these one-day places that just come out and slap a shower over the existing one, charge you double what he's quoting, and you're getting lesser work. He's absolutely right about that. That was true. A-plus tile home remodeling is who we picked. You can do the same. Brad Bell, kitchens, bathrooms, whatever. From north to south, east to west in the state of Alabama. The entire pool behind Kay Ivy's house. He will serve anyone there. 205-422-1758. 205-422-1758. Brad Bell, A-plus tile home remodeling.
So Michael beating me to the punch like he's helping produce the show. What I was going to say here in this last part of this segment, Rockstar, is the Foo Fighters announced their new drummer over the weekend. And he'll be with them when they come to Bonnaroo, just up north of our studios here in the campgrounds of Tennessee. How do you say his last name? Is it Freese?
I think so. He's from Sublime. The rumor was for the longest time that they're going to split duties with another. I don't think that this guy was mentioned, but it was Matt Cameron, who was from Pearl Jam and Soundgarden and Temple of the Dog. He was going to split duties because they said Taylor was irreplaceable, and then that rumor got squashed, and this guy is supposed to be the replacement. So now he is now the second best drummer in Foo Fighters.
Yeah, this is very Cliff Burton to Jason Newsted with Metallica.
Yeah, well, they're already. I mean, they're not young anymore. Metallica was still young.
Yeah.
The Foo Fighters aren't young anymore, so I think that it's great that they're still going to go. I think they just are releasing new material.
It's still going to be so difficult. And I think, Dave Grohl is one of those professionals that Jason Newsted basically got bullied.
Oh, yeah. He was
for years.
Yeah, because you won the lottery.
Do you think there's a possibility one day that Taylor Hawkins' kid does it? I mean, like he did it in that one show.
He did.
But they're probably going to be too old.
Yeah, I think... I thought that'd be cool if he did like a show or two. I don't think he's too young to tour with them.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying like 10 years from now.
Yeah,
but I
how
guess
old
Lance
is
is
he?
right. Yeah, he looked like
16,
he was like
15 or 16.
15 or
Boy,
16.
you put me on tour at 16.
Yeah.
Grohl, those.
You put me on tour now.
I mean, he just writes songs left. I mean, you're talking about them releasing a new album. He is a lyrics guy, right?
He is. He's also. But he said every time I write a song, drums are the first thing I write. every song, that's the first thing I think. He said Taylor knew that I was going to say, like, hey, this is how you're going to play. This is exactly how I heard it in my head, and Taylor accepted that. So that's why they say Taylor was the second best drummer in Foo Fighters.
So this genre, and again, is it Freese? Freesey, do we know?
I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it.
That's kind of what I brought up earlier with Stetson Bennett, best Georgia quarterback of all time, not starting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The best Foo Fighters drummer isn't
Still
even
plays.
the drummer.
Yeah, he's the singer guitarist.
What I was going to say, though, is this guy's been around. Who else was he with? Did he play in Mud back in the 90s, I read?
Sublime or something like that.
Sublime. So he's been with several bands along the way. Yeah.
So he said, well, I'm getting people with Weezer. I mean, the guys.
Wow.
Yeah. But still, it's a big shoes to fill, and no pressure for this is the first tour back since we lost our drummer.
Yeah. So a couple of festivals, including Bonnaroo, coming up close by our viewing audience.
They're coming to Birmingham.
Are they really?
Yeah, they're coming to Oak Mountain.
Oh, look forward to that. Are you playing in the
No, because I
the
think
VIP?
it's a Friday show, I believe, because the next day, because I think I'm doing James Taylor on Father's Day. I think it's the Friday before Father's Day. I'm not positive, but I know they're coming here.
Uncomfortable quick question. Have you aged out of playing for Foo Fighters to where you're with James Taylor now?
No, I think that was Foo Fighters were a late ad when the season was announced, and I think Dana and I decided which ones I was going to play, and I think she wanted me 2 times in 3 days.
So do you know how much this kid's going to make to drum?
No.
Because in Some Kind of Monster, the documentary on Metallica, Robert Trujillo, when he took over, remember they gave him $1 million up front. They were like, we're going to give you $1 million to start with. I mean, can you imagine that?
Oh, and he was from like suicidal tendencies and everything. But that's another thing. It's a lottery ticket. I mean, like you're going to be our new back because he's already been with them over 20 years.
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
Yeah. Insane. All right. Good concert. I didn't know they were coming. Do we have a website that shows you all concerts that are coming to town?
Oh, no.
I have this Bands in
the
Town.
city scene. Does that still come out?
I have this Bands in Town app, but it sends me so many things. I don't. Do you ever have it? It sends me so many notifications. I don't pay attention to it.
Here's what I do. Like if I'm ever going out of town, if I don't have like set plans, I'll like Chicago May concerts. And it lists everything. So I've never done it for Birmingham.
Okay, let's do it when we come back then. Quick break here. This is TNR Trash and maybe some concerts LT and I didn't know about when we come back.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
LT is going to give us trash in just a second. Brownie is going to tell us about JohnstonRVCenter.com first.
I will, Jimmy D. Don't forget, right now, Johnston RV Center is wanting you to get lost. They want you to get lost in the great outdoors with the newer used RV from Johnston RV Center. 2023 travel trailers from just $179 a month. Fifth wheels from $439 a month. That's with 10% down and approved credit. See Johnston RV Center for details. And also, as we know, the month of May, Memorial Day is next Monday when we honor those that paid the ultimate price for our freedom and our nation. And they want to recognize all members of the military with a discount. All active and retired military personnel, you get great discounts there at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Kiss End of the Road Tour coming in June. Elton John, 2 dates.
Elton John's coming to Birmingham?
Oh, Birmingham, England. My bad. Birmingham, Alabama. Do you have those?
Whoa. That's a terrible joke.
That would have been good, though, right?
Yes.
Both Kiss and Elton John are doing their farewell tours again.
Well,
right?
again, yes.
Yeah.
You were going to give us the Birmingham ones.
Yeah, so there's nothing in May. June 1st.
May's almost over.
Yeah, I know. June 1st, TLC, Shaggy, In Vogue, and Sean Kingston at Oak Mountain.
That's a good concert.
I'd want to hear one song, Waterfalls. That'll be done.
Let's see. Ryan Adams is coming.
It's going to be in Avondale.
That's Avondale.
Love
Jason
that venue.
Isbell's got 2 dates in Avondale.
Genuine Tyrese and Trey Songz are coming to the Legacy Arena. Boy, we are hurting for concerts, friends.
Matchbox 20 is June 27th.
Yeah, I am looking forward to Matchbox 20.
Yeah, that's a good concert. Last time I saw it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Oh, look at that. I mean, Forster, not only was he on The Late Show with Letterman, the Letterman Show, he was stagehand on Kiss's farewell tour 15 years ago. Tell me more, Forster. Stagehand, what did you do?
Got doing.
Not working?
No. Did y'all? Is this why we thought about Foo Fighters are coming June 16th?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Let's get to trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
And I'm talking about I was wet. I was wetter than a whale in a bubble bath drinking a bottle of water. Okay? To myself, I said, indecent exposure? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. What you want me to do? I'm a man. You want me to put on a bra? And they just gave me 2 court dates. 1 for each titty.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let our friends, the experts at Mortgage Right, help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything this year may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. This is a pretty crazy story here. A diamond ring that was flushed down the toilet more than a decade ago was reunited with its owner. Maintenance workers in Rogers, Minnesota discovered the ring in a wastewater system, and Mary Strand was reunited with her diamond ring that had been missing for 13 years. Now, Mary and her husband David told WCCO that they're grateful for everyone that helped them find their missing treasure. Mary and David have been married for 45 years. On their 33rd wedding anniversary, David surprised her with the ring. Didn't fit quite right, and after a few months of wearing it, she lost it. Mary went on to say, quote, I reached over, flushed the toilet, and the ring fell in, and it was swirling around, and I truly dove for it. Ironically, David has his own drain and sewer business, but despite his expertise, he couldn't find his wife's ring. After 13 years of being beaten up in the water waste system, the ring isn't wearable yet. But Mary went on to say, I'm just glad to have it back because you can get it reset.
So where did they find it? How did they get it? Was it a septic tank situation?
They never like, you know what? This ring's seen a lot of shit.
Well, it really has, Rockstar, and no matter how important it is to me, I never put it on again when I don't think about what that ring sat in for 13 years. You just can't clean that out. I mean, you can watch it all you want. You can't clean that out.
Yeah, I know you didn't like the movie, but Christopher Walken basically carrying a watch in his ass, that would have been tough.
What movie was that?
Yeah. Pulp Fiction. He
terrible,
brought it to the
movie.
kid.
All the worst 30 minutes of my life.
It's longer than that, too.
I know. It wasn't for me. I was done.
It is an absolute classic.
Awful
one of the
movie.
best ever. But, I mean, how would you even get this back to the owner? That's what, like, most people that would find this.
Yeah, it is weird.
Take it to a pawn shop. Or
Now, I'm going to guess, this guy's in the sewer business, so he's probably spread word around, hey, if y'all find a ring, it belongs to my wife.
13 years.
Yeah, I just don't understand how you're going to end up finding it.
Yeah, I'm with Jim on this. Or wearing it again.
Yeah, unless it was in a septic tank, and then you pump the septic tank and run it through filters or whatever. I don't. I'm not in the business. I don't know how it works.
How about this? Scissors were found being smuggled into an Indiana jail in the most unusual way. What was surprising was not what was being smuggled in, but how it was concealed. Now, as a normal part of entering the county jail, an arrestee must undergo a body scan. Initially, the suspect refused, but he later agreed to participate. Officer reviewing the scan noticed a foreign object inside the anal cavity of the arrestee. The man was moved for an additional search, and that's when Lieutenant Jeff Holt conducted that second body scan and discovered, upon review of the newly scanned image, he noticed foreign object that had moved, and he was able to positively identify the object as scissors, still inside the anal cavity of the arrestee.
I mean, you got to want scissors in jail awful bad to go to
I like to do crafts. I'm a craft guy.
You're really going to need some scissors if you're going to do that.
Oh, man.
He got inside.
Oh, these are left-handed. Damn it.
Yeah, he got inside and he was like, they didn't find the needle and thread, though.
Oh, my God.
Just wait till I take a whiz.
Like, I'm just surprised some of the things that people put in their ass.
Yeah.
Like, I've heard people in the medical industries talk about people that come in with shampoo bottles.
Yeah.
It's an accident. You slip in the shower. Happens all the time.
Rockstar's famous line. It was 1 in a million, Doc, I swear.
Yeah.
Yep. Lunsford has reminded me, and Lunsford is absolutely correct on this, the tragedy of Macbeth was the worst 10 minutes of my life.
Yes.
That is 10 minutes that I will never get back.
I never watched that one. That was
don't
was
waste
it the
your
Coen
time.
Brothers take on
do not waste your time.
Macbeth with Denzel Washington?
Yeah. Awful.
Stand by. We are close to history here on the next round and our format for 13 years. We've never had 3 trash stories that at one point in that stories involved something in someone's anal cavity.
Well, here we go.
We've never had a three-peat.
Yep.
Queen Elizabeth II.
What she got?
What she got in her ass?
Nothing anymore.
This is pretty crazy. Queen Elizabeth's funeral and lying in state last year cost Britain's government an estimated $200 million, the Treasury revealed on Thursday.
Weird how much they spend on that royal family for them to do absolutely nothing. I don't think they have any power, do they?
Well, I would imagine if you were in power as long as they are, you were able to obtain a few trinkets over the years that if need be, you've got some values there to go to the old London pawn shop and
You think so?
Well,
yeah, here's the king's ring from the 1400s.
Yeah.
How much is that worth?
I'll give you
What
$100.
you
I got to
do-
make money too.
This is the way you do this, and I don't know if you can get away with it. You guys are the TV guys. You sell the funeral rights to one network.
But there's only one network over there, isn't it? BBC?
Yeah, but it aired everywhere, so they missed the boat on that one.
No,
yeah.
but I'm saying you make it
Yeah.
exclusive BBC,
Yeah.
and then you charge literally out the ass for the advertising.
I don't know. I don't understand that whole situation over there. It seems like they spent a whole lot of money to keep that family propped up, and that family really doesn't have any power.
But I would imagine they are the richest people in the country, though, right?
I would
Because they
guess.
were in power. So,
Yeah, but
our version of Fort Knox,
Yeah.
which stores our gold allegedly. That's where our gold is.
I'd like to hear more about that.
Allegedly? Yeah.
I don't think we
Well,
have any gold anymore, but whatever.
But Rockstar, I read that the old boy that was one of the princes that was with the Epstein fella, that he had to go beg
Andrew.
he had to go beg for money to pay off his deal.
I'm sure he's got some legal fees.
Well, I know, but I mean, Dunaway's talking about how rich they are. This guy had to go beg for money.
Yeah, but if these guys are rich, why is the government paying for this?
I think that's how they've gotten rich.
So
I think the government
do
pays.
we,
I'm just
do
saying
we
that if
bury
I was
all of our presidents?
If I was the king back in the day,
Yeah.
If I was the king back in the day, and we do pay for the presidential burials, yes. If I was the king back in the day, you know, if we went and raided somewhere and we got a bunch of gold bars, those are staying in my castle, and I assume my family has inherited that. At England, when the Parliament took over running the government, they didn't come into my cellar and take my gold bars.
So when, when President, was it George H.W. Bush was the last president to pass, right? So when he died, the government paid for everything there?
Don't we pay for? I think we pay for it, don't we?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, I mean,
Who
they get a
else
flight.
would?
I know they get a flight on Air
The
Force
Bush
One
family?
and all that.
I mean,
I
they
don't know.
definitely pay for JFK's, right?
Yeah. It's kind of abrupt.
Some would say they paid for the murder lands.
Some would say that.
Yeah.
But England, a little better with their finances than we are?
Oh, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No.
Ooh.
No, I don't think so.
Aren't we 16 trillion in debt?
Yeah, but I think I read how much in debt they are per their GPA, and it's pretty bad.
Okay.
Yeah,
We've got a
GPA.
GPA. What am I doing?
Like they're like at 2.6 right now.
We've got a chance. We got a chance to pay ours off someday, LT.
Well,
and by the way, all we have to do is
Hey.
start charging everyone else for what we do for the world.
and then
but we pay it off like that.
Do you know who we're the majority of our debt? Who it is to?
China.
That's what most people think.
No, I now believe
To ourselves?
To ourselves,
Yep.
we are in debt to ourselves. I think
That's
it's 75% of our debt.
That's right. I think somebody's already taken our gold bars out of Fort
Guess
Knox.
what?
I think the vault's empty
If I'm in debt to myself, I'm going to wipe it.
every day and
Yep.
twice on Sunday.
Yeah, if it were that easy, we would have done it already. The economic impact of that would be catastrophic.
Evan, always that.
Wait.
Legalize weed, man. The government gets in the weed
No,
business.
I mean, Evan's on to, I mean, you could put a small dent.
Yeah, the way I would do it, Evan, to
A
be
hell
honest with you.
dent.
But guys,
Evan, the way I would do it, this is real easy. I've done this before. All you have to do is you take the Monday night, do a parlay, put everything on it. Next Monday Night Football game.
Oh, yeah.
You're down big on the weekend. Monday night's the great get out of jail game.
No, if we're 32 trillion in debt, just put it on black. Go to a casino.
that's right.
Yeah.
What could
How do you
possibly
slide
go
that
wrong?
on?
And then we're 64 trillion if we lose at that point.
That's
Then we
okay. Keep doubling
keep
down.
double
Eventually,
down.
it's going to land up
It
black
will.
again.
It will.
That casino's going to be able to fork that check.
Damn, King Charles has got 2.3 billion.
Well, he's the king.
That's what I was saying, Brown. All those gold bars, when they stole it from people, they kept those.
You know, sadly, we hear.
Do you think King Charles stole the Fort Knox gold bars? Is that what you're suggesting?
No. I'm just
Oh.
saying throughout history, didn't they rule the world at one point?
They ruled a lot of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
yeah. the British Empire? Yeah.
So
Sun
when-
never set on the Roman Empire, I don't think.
Yeah. So when they were in India, if they found gold, I mean, that stuff went back to London.
But I want to make the point that we always say if you just tax this, it would get us out of our national debt. And guess what? We keep taxing things, and what happens to our national debt?
It keeps getting bigger.
That never works. The old, if you just tax this, just a 1% tax on this or whatever, it never works. We just spend more money.
Again, this, I don't know how these stories always come out, but this one out of Berlin. Officials at a hospital in Western Germany have expressed regret after it emerged that one of their surgeons got a cleaner to assist in a toe amputation.
What's that? What's your name? Phil? Come here. Need you real quick. Put that mop down. Come here.
Yeah. You familiar with this little piggy?
Yeah.
Public broadcaster SWR reported Friday that the incident at the Mainz University Hospital, which happened in 2020, didn't result in any complications to the patient, but the doctor has since been fired. Now, the hospital's chief executive said the surgeon wrongly decided to go ahead with the routine, even though no qualified assistant was available. When the patient, who had received a local anesthetic, became restless, the doctor asked a nearby cleaner to hold the man's leg and pass him surgical instruments.
No, that leg. Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, the paper reported the cleaner had no medical experience, but he was hell with a mop, it says.
What if the cleaner boy said, call it?
You're going to need to mop.
That's true.
Now, the incident came in light after the hospital manager spotted the cleaner, bloody gauze, pads in hand, in the operating theater, it reported. They went on to say that, quote, should have never happened. Okay, here's more celebs as kids. Rocky's got these. Dunaway got the only one right. I think it was Selena Gomez, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, this is more. That is Tom Brady.
I could see a little Tom Brady, but that.
I can see some Chris Pratt.
That is Chris Pratt. There you go.
Wow, look at Lance. Lance is 1 for 1.
That is Tom Brady. No, I'm kidding.
Boy, he bit some concrete, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. He's got one big ass chiclet.
Yeah,
Boy,
he
and they didn't put a bowl around his head.
I mean, that is the worst haircut.
They
Who is
they
that?
put Texas around his head, right?
That's Tony Hawk, isn't it? Because he was a skateboarder early on.
Yeah.
And broke the
That's
tooth.
what- just think about it. Look at the eyes.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Tom
man.
Cruise?
There you go. Dunaway got
That's Tom Cruise?
I was gonna
that
say
makes
any
sense
more.
with those
Boy,
teeth.
he's
too.
barely aged since then, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
My
Wow.
goodness. It looks like a garbage pail kid.
No, what it does.
You remember those?
Molly
If
Molly Ringwald had sex with a leprechaun.
Warwick Davis.
Ed Sheeran blew out 16 candles.
No, if Chucky Doll came to real life, that's your Chucky Doll.
Do you remember the garbage pail kid? I don't know what made me think of that.
Hold on. You
Who is it?
got to go to the eyes. Got to go to the eyes.
I suck at this.
First of all, male or female?
Male.
Male. I think it's Carrot Top.
That's a good guess.
That's a good guess. I'm going to go Ed Sheeran.
That is Eminem.
Are
No
you serious?
Yeah.
No way.
There is no way.
He looked like that, and he was raised in 8 Mile?
Yeah. Yeah, I bet he was the only ginger in 8 Mile.
Yeah.
Oh, I know who that is. That's Farouk.
Yeah, it is.
It is Farouk.
Freddie
It's Freddie Mercury.
Those teeth.
Wow, boy, he grew into those teeth eventually, didn't he? Nope.
No, he never did.
Nope, he did not.
Oh, my.
That's a girl right there.
Yep. I've got
Brown's
it.
right. Next one.
You know what?
Jennifer Gardner.
There you go.
Wow,
Dunaway got two.
We've got 4 of these so far.
I don't know if it's good to be good at this game or not.
It's very uncomfortable. What
Jennifer
a-
Lopez.
There you go, Lance. Jennifer
Wow,
Lopez.
I'm just going to bow out.
This one.
Chris Farley.
It's not Chunk. No, it's not Chunk from Goonies.
Hold on. You got to go to the eyes. Farley was not a bad guess.
Thank you.
It does look like him.
I am going to go Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill.
There you go.
Yeah,
That is
Jonah Hill.
Y'all are good at this.
It is the eyes.
Y'all are so good at
Oh, that is just the eyes. Just the
Yeah.
eyes.
Dude, that is a mouthful.
It is.
Of
Oh, gosh,
metal.
I've got this one, too. I've got the eyes and the nose. I just can't say his name. Oh, hang on.
Damn it.
Oh, what's his
It's a
name?
familiar. It's a familiar guy.
Yeah, I cannot say his name, but I could see it's the nose and the eyes. Give it away.
Is it George Clooney?
No.
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 That is Jaws from James Bond. No.
Give us a hint.
No. Hold on. Just
I got
30,
the nose and
30
the eyes.
seconds.
He's in Marvel. He's one of the Marvel guys. How about that?
I don't watch any of those. Help me with something else.
It's the guy who plays Ant-Man.
Right, Paul Rudd. No.
No. I got it. Hang on.
Well, you don't even know the.
No. Hang on, Lance. I'm going to say his name in 1 second. He talks. He was married to Mark Ruffalo.
There you go. Brown got
I
it.
got one. Yeah, it was his eyes.
Wow, that
I think I
did
got two
not
more.
look
This is
like
Joe Biden.
Ruffalo.
No.
Actually, it's a photograph, not a sketch.
Tell me there's not some Joe Biden in that, though. Look at the eyes. Those beady eyes. That's right after he beat up Corn Pop.
God, this one is. I mean, it's spot on. too.
Johnny Carson.
No. Good guess, though.
I'm hot now. I got one in a row.
Profession.
Actor.
All these were.
Well, no, there's some.
He's
Oh,
been,
yeah,
he's
sure,
been in
sorry,
a lot of
TV or movie?
movies. Been in a lot of action films. He's had an up and down career. I think he's on the upswing right now. He was in one of your favorite movies last year, Lance.
Trying to figure out what my favorite movies were last year.
Nick Cage.
There you go. It is Nick Cage.
Oh, it's Nick Cage?
That is Nick Cage.
I was just trying to move the show
Wow.
along.
Good
Wow.
job, Rob.
Last
What was
one.
Nick Cage in last year?
The one with
I didn't know he was doing movies
where he
anymore.
plays himself.
That is a Ruthie from the Real World.
No.
Hang on, let me look eyes again. I'm 2 for 2. I got my last 2 in a row, Rockstar. Here we go. I don't know this one.
I don't know, Rocky.
I mean, it's got some.
This
Tiger
guy
Woods
is in a ton of movies. He's an action hero.
Soledad Moonfry.
It's Soleil, not Soledad. And it's a woman. That is The Rock.
That's
That
The
is The
Rock?
Rock?
Yeah.
Wow, boy, did he change.
You think?
Yeah.
Sweet collar, look.
That is Trash, brought to you today by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, a lot more still to do, including 4 downs coming up in the final hour. Denver and the Lakers tonight out in L.A. L.A. wins. We will go to Game 5. Denver wins, and it's a sweep if the Nuggets get the win tonight. That is 7:30 on ESPN. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling, his crew there, serving lunch. If it had ended near Sterling, I know he would have gave the first responders free meals down there in Alabaster on 119. The car chase that we got very few details on, but Brown's going to show us the picture and update us on what he knows. It's the white vehicle that is awkwardly parked outside of Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, I see Chick-fil-A right there in Hoover. My boy David Jackson owns and operates that one. recently, as you can tell by looking at it, redone. It's nice and new. And then this guy messes up our girl. I don't know if it's a male or female. Messes up the landscape. And it was a male. Do we know any other details?
It says a stolen car chase through multiple cities ended almost in the drive-through at Chick-fil-A in Hoover.
Yeah.
Some people said it started in Coleman over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
Wow.
The problem is crashing into a bunch of stuff and putting everyone at risk there. And luckily it ends there finally. And I've got no other details. Do you, Brownie?
I really don't.
Okay.
CarolRobinsonAO.com on that. But what I wonder what the end game is. Like, you've gone all the way from Coleman. You've had a pretty good run there on a police chase. What do you think you're going to accomplish by cutting through right there in front of the old Chick-fil-A? Peach milkshake's not even out yet.
All that to steal a car.
Yeah, that does not make a whole lot of sense there.
Yeah.
I think drugs were probably an issue.
I can't believe they made it from Coleman, though.
That is a good run. I'll give them credit.
Well, I would imagine that the authorities, when they are chasing, there's a certain amount of intensity they chase for the safety of others.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I saw on TikTok.
There's a point where they actually have to dive out.
Yeah, I saw on TikTok a video, and it was the in-car audio of the main police officer right behind the car in the police chase, and him communicating with the other cars, like, okay, we got an opening. Let's go. And then they're trying to spin the guy out, and then they would see cars on coming, like, okay, everybody back off. It was actually really cool. And they end up spinning the old guy out. And
tough situation. We put our law enforcement in a lot of times to protect others as well, instead of just taking them down. But glad as many people as possible are okay. Don't know the extent of the injuries there. Appreciate all of you guys jumping in with best and worst of the weekend earlier in the show. And also some thoughts about, the passing of Jim Brown and everything else. Hemp Hill has brought us the best and worst of the weekend today, and our friends at Hemp Hill can help everything going on with your air conditioning system as we get into the summer, LT.
Yeah, absolutely, Dunaway. Our friends at Hemp Hill, they want to remind you they're offering $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Jim Irsay over the weekend, he tweeted something that you initially think is going to be a mistake after Jim Brown passes. He tweets this, first off. Jim Irsay, if you don't know, is the owner of the Indianapolis Colts. He goes, on my list of top 5 greatest NFL players of all time in our 103-year history, Jim Brown 1, Tom Brady 2, John Elway 3, Deacon Jones 4, Reggie White 5. That's from the owner of the Colts. Now, Irsay has a reputation of drinking, and instantly people were like, Mr. Irsay, you forgot Peyton Manning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Peyton belongs. I would put Brady in front of him. I might put Peyton in front of Elway. I feel like Elway's a little high.
4-time MVP, won a Super Bowl for him in Indianapolis, all the records. So Irsay, let me finish the story and I'll get your thoughts here. Irsay comes back and says, no doubt Peyton, Barry Sanders, and Jerry Rice are in the top 10. It's just that Elway didn't have great offensive players around him till the end when he won 2 in a row, and his feet were remarkable from baseball talents, and he goes on and talks about how good Elway was. That gets him into the top 5. Elway's the one that does not belong in the top 5 of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to do a top 5. I mean, Deacon and Reggie White were both awesome. I would have Lawrence Taylor in mind.
Yeah.
Selfishly, I probably would have Aaron Donald.
But if you owned the Indianapolis Colts, is the point of this, right?
That's ridiculous.
Wait, what is that ridiculous?
Top 5 NFL player of all time. You're going to put Aaron Donald in there?
He's been the number 1 player for the last 3 years in the NFL.
Yeah, it doesn't make you top 5 all time.
Yeah, but
no way.
But at least what LT's doing is he doesn't own the Rams, but if he did, he's showing some love to his team, Aaron Donald. And if you're the owner of the Colts and you are going to tweet this, if Peyton Manning is close to your top 5 all time, if Peyton Manning's close to everyone's top 5, if he's in everyone's top 10 as his owner of the Indianapolis Colts, you probably should give him the benefit of the doubt over John Elway and maybe Deacon Jones.
Yeah, I thought you had John Elway too high. I feel like you got Deacon Jones too high. You're a Rams guy. Does Deacon Jones belong in front of?
Now, Deacon was playing before they registered sacks. There's no telling how many sacks Deacon would have had.
I mean, he was unbelievable, but in a different era.
And it was a great unit, the Fearsome Four.
Yeah. Deacon Jones, Merlin Olsen.
And the other two.
But the other two, I can never remember the other two.
Again, they didn't record sacks back then.
So it's hard to know.
It's a lot.
I mean, would you put Lawrence Taylor in front of Reggie White?
I would.
I wouldn't put him ahead of Reggie White, but I would put him ahead of Deacon Jones and John Elway.
Yeah.
Lawrence Taylor would be a top 5 guy. But if I'm the owner of the Colts, Peyton Manning would have too. And I just wonder if Peyton had never left to go to Denver, I don't know where Irsay and Peyton Manning are right now in life, but I see that and I think to myself, well, there's a guy that's not happy that he left the Colts and went to Denver. In fact, he put a Denver Broncos guy ahead of him on the top 5 all time and ahead of Peyton on that list.
Yeah, I mean, I would just look at people that changed the game. Lawrence Taylor changed the game. I mean, I think when Lawrence Taylor came along, everybody in the NFC said, well, we better get good at left tackle because this guy is impossible to block.
Yeah, I think the biggest omission is probably Jerry Rice.
Yeah, I think I'd have him in there.
Because Jerry Rice, for some people, the best football player of all time.
Yeah, I'm fine with – I did not see Jim Brown. I'll go by what everybody says about him. I'm fine with Brady being in there. I do think Reggie White has an argument. I think Lawrence Taylor should be in there, and I'd probably go Jerry Rice.
The only ones I know for a fact that I would go would be Rice, Brady, and Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, I think I'm with Lance on those 3.
The only 3 I know I would go with is Jim Brown, Tom Brady, and Lawrence Taylor. I'm not. It's not a given for me on Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice, best receiver ever.
Best receiver to play. I think almost everybody agrees with that.
Now, Forrester has a point back there talking about Cooper Kupp starting to creep up on him.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's incredible.
Yeah.
He was in the Burbs.
He said what? Says Don Hudson. Boy, it is such a long time ago, but the way that guy played when the forward pass was just not a huge part of the game. He put up massive numbers.
He'd be for the Patriots running slot receiver.
Don Hudson was a tremendous player, and I've always said he's probably the best player ever to have played at Alabama, but you just don't think of him because it's so long ago. That guy, I mean, he was what NFL tight ends are now when they didn't throw the ball down the field any.
One more hour to go. We'll get to LT's 4 downs next and get some more thoughts on what is facing the end of LeBron James's career, and you'll hear more from Pat Murphy and Greg Sankey. Alabama advancing in the softball super regionals. Greg Sankey talking about the upcoming SEC meetings down in Destin. All that still to come in the final hour right here on The Next Round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Slice. They're about to bring us 4 downs, 4 great locations. LT, tell us about Slice.
Yeah, Slice, just a great place to go get the best pizza, in my opinion, in all of Birmingham. The crust is absolutely perfect. It's kind of a New York style, really thin crust, but they put their own spin on it because it's some of the most unique toppings you can get. Brown, soul pie, what's on it?
Soul pie, you got black-eyed peas, you got some turnip greens, you got Conecuh sausage. They come with the onions. I asked no onions. It is a terrific pizza.
So that place I was at yesterday, I told you it was a coffee shop, it was a bar, and it was a bicycle repair shop. Michael over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Michael Bills, said he told me the place, what it was called. He said that he goes there and he goes to a food truck out back. I met the girl that owns the food truck yesterday, Chef Amber. And I was talking to her and telling her about Slice and telling her about the soul pie.
Nice.
Because, she was talking about infusion of flavors. If you get it right, you can really put together some interesting dishes. And that was the first thing that came to my mind. For more information, drop into one of the 4 locations. Go see the Bajayas. You can also check out their menu right now. Go to slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Okay, you got to bear with me because I put them on my phone this morning. Okay, here we go. Better chance of coming back from that 0-3 hole, Lakers or Celtics?
Celtics, they're a better team, and they're playing the 8th seed. I don't think you can get Jokic to lose 4 games. Barring an injury, it's the Celtics. Though I don't think either one of them.
I don't know how you get Jimmy Butler to lose 4 games right now, and the Celtics are so mentally weak. At least the Lakers seem to sometimes have a little fight in them. I mean, they fought back into Game 3 there, took the lead for a minute after I texted the Taylor brothers and said, you guys literally are the worst outside shooting team I've ever seen.
Yeah, should have won Game 2, and in Game 1 and Game 3 led in the 4th quarter.
Yeah. I mean, so they've been close. That's why I would go Lakers. Neither one of them are going to do this.
I think I would go Celtics because I agree with you. The Celtics are the better team. Neither one's going to happen. But if you would have told me that Jimmy Butler only goes for 16 yesterday, I think they probably lose. Instead, they win by 26. So they're doing it with a supporting cast.
Yeah, I mean, y'all say the Celtics are a better team, but this is a mentally weak team. They've got nothing in them. They don't have any, whatever you call it, in them. So that's part of being a team.
That was in the finals last year.
They got watch them though.
How about this? For one stake for me, if neither one of them comes back and win this, if one of them does come back and win this, wipe all the stakes, and it's loserly. We shut down the stake bets forever.
Wow, that's no fun.
Yeah.
I was going to say 5 if one comes back, 10 if both come back.
You wouldn't do that for one stake. That's giving a stake to me. That's not going to happen.
No, I know. That's
well, what would you need, 10-1 for one to come back?
No.
20-1?
Neither one's coming back. I mean, as you see over there, Matthew in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, It's 0 and 150 plus.
Yeah, it's the worst odds you could possibly have.
I mean, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, but we've never had an 8 seed though up 3-0. That's why I go Celtics.
Yeah.
I mean,
For
they're
some
still an
reason,
8 seed.
ESPN's holding on to hope. They still have the Celtics, and whatever formula they use has got a 70-some-odd% chance of winning this series.
No,
I'm
they
like,
don't.
Yes, they do. Furman was making fun of them today.
Yeah, I find that really hard to believe. If either one of these gets it to a Game 7.
Oh, if one of them gets to the Game 7, I'll take the team that's already.
Yeah, I would too.
Oh, it's going to be a monumental
collapse. The other one melt.
Yeah, I mean, there's a better chance that these are clean sweeps.
I'll go ahead and tell you, I'm hoping for clean sweeps, both of them. Let's end it now. I hate when series linger on when you think you already know the outcome.
But the problem is you're not getting the finals till June 1st, regardless.
I don't care.
Okay.
Second down.
I don't care.
I'll enjoy the break.
You can catch up on Succession.
All right, it's right here. Matchup predictor: 65% Boston, 34% Miami. Now that could just be the game, but the one Furman had today was for the series. Made no sense.
Yeah, I think it was Game 4.
No, but Furman's was for the series.
Okay. What happens first? Brooks Koepka, another major championship, or Georgia, another national championship?
Well, I mean, Koepka's got a chance to win the U.S. Open because he's long enough driver and controls it enough to where he can survive the.
And he's so good in every major where he's healthy.
Right, increased difficulty of the rough. Yeah. How is he when he's across the pond in the Open?
I'd have to look at his. I'm going to tell you that's probably his worst of his 4, but I don't know that to be factual. And he's won 2 U.S. Opens.
Right.
He seems like he's in the Masters contention every single year. He's won 3 PGAs. So for me to say it's his worst, isn't crazy. But I'm going to say it's probably his worst performance.
He's never won Augusta, though he could have this year.
Yeah, he's been in contention a ton.
He's won 3 PGAs and 2 U.S. Opens, and they play those on a variety of different courses.
I mean, his highest finish was tied for 4th at the British.
4th is not bad.
So to say that's his worst one,
but it's a different style of golf.
It is.
It's not going to shock me if he wins one of the other 2 this year.
Yeah, I would take Koepka here. Now, your problem is your favorite, obviously, to win the national championship is going to be Georgia. But if Georgia doesn't do it this year, then you have 6 more shots.
His last 7 British Opens, tied for 10th, tied for 6th, tied for 39th, tied for 4th. They didn't play one because of COVID. Tied for 6th, and missed cut. And that missed cut was when he was hurt. So, yeah, I mean, he's right around the top 10 all the time. It's just the way he plays in all majors, really. So I think I'd go Koepka here.
Tripp says 14 top 10s in all the majors.
Yeah, it's nuts the way he plays. I mean,
he only shows up for this one.
All he does is play majors.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is, it's all I watch. So I think Brooks Koepka is one of the greatest golfers of all time because I don't watch any of these other events.
You're like, this guy must win every week on the regular
he doesn't
tour.
care about it. He approaches golf the way I would approach golf. I only want to win the one. I only want to win the ones that I'm going to be remembered for.
That's what he does. So that's why I would go with. That's why I think I would go with Koepka here.
Yeah, you know what
Kirby
though?
Smart. What?
All Kirby Smart does is win national championships.
Yeah, he's won 2. Yeah.
Third down.
But Koepka gets 2 whacks at it before Kirby does.
That's right.
So Anthony Richardson, Colts starting quarterback, is 22 years old today. Ultimately better career, Anthony Richardson or Brandon Miller?
I'd like to see where Miller gets drafted, though. Even if it's a crap team, he only has to play for him for 4 years, right? 5 years before he's a big-time free agent. And if Richardson has any success at all, he's a Colt for life. I mean, if you're a successful quarterback, you just don't change teams.
Yeah, I would go Brandon Miller here. Both have got a ton of upside, but I've already seen Brandon Miller dominate really good college players at times. I never saw that from Anthony Richardson.
I haven't either. But it seems to me that to be, and how do you phrase it, a more successful career?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to have some team success to jump out to me at the NBA because, I don't watch a lot of, Sacramento King games or Oklahoma City Thunder games and New Jersey Nets games. I'm sure they've all got Brooklyn Nets now. I'm sure they've all got really great players on their teams that are doing wonderful things. But unless you're having team success, I don't watch a lot of Atlanta Hawk games. You gotta have some moniker of team success for you to really resonate. On the flip side of that, you can be a pretty big stat guy, big quarterback in the NFL, and I'm going to notice that, and I think America is going to notice.
But there's just so much more movement in the NBA too to get on it. Like Richardson could be a really good quarterback for Indianapolis, and they never win the Super Bowl, right? I mean, just look at the best 4 players for the teams that are left. So the Lakers' best player is LeBron. How many teams has LeBron played for?
I think.
I'm just talking all time.
Yeah.
He's played for the Heat, Cleveland, and L.A.
Cleveland twice, yeah.
And Cleveland twice in L.A. You look at Jimmy Butler right now. How many teams has Jimmy Butler played for? What is it, 3?
Bulls.
Yeah, you can do everybody.
Yeah.
But you say great quarterbacks never leave, but
they almost never do.
Russell Wilson, 2 teams.
Yeah,
Peyton Manning, 2 teams. Tom Brady, 2 teams. Matt Stafford, 2 teams. Steve Young, 2 teams.
Joe Montana,
2 teams.
Well, I can't believe you put Matt Stafford in that group, but these guys are
champion.
Huh? Yeah, well, I mean, Trent Dilfer was a world champion.
Well,
2 teams.
I mean, Matt Stafford has been in the MVP conversation before.
Yeah, but he's not in the same category as Brady and Manning and some of those guys he named. All those guys you named were at the tail end of their career when they were doing this, except for Matt Stafford. He was the one exception. I don't put him in that same category.
But imagine if Matt Stafford would have played for some of those teams.
Well, he didn't, though. He played for Detroit.
Manning, Young, Doug Williams, they all won Super Bowls with their second team.
Doug Williams.
Brady. I mean, Doug Williams, Buccaneer, Redskin.
Well, yeah, but Doug Williams is far from a great
Jim
quarterback.
Plunkett, second team.
Yeah.
Won a Super Bowl. A lot of these quarterbacks were second team their second stops won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Patrick
and Montana was the AFC Championship game.
In Kansas City.
Rodgers just went to a new team.
He did.
Yep.
He did. It's pretty rare, though. You'll give me that. When they're really great quarterbacks. You think Patrick Mahomes played for anybody but the Chiefs?
Yep, and Brett Favre, second team, Super Bowl.
And third team.
He played for 3 teams. He didn't make the
4 teams. Falcons, Packers, Jets,
It's
Vikings.
hard to say he played for the Falcons.
4th down.
Earl Morrall, thank you.
One of my least favorite players of all time, Julian Edelman, 37 years old today. If I asked you better career, Julian Edelman or Bobby Bonilla?
I know who the better agent was. Who had a better agent?
One's still getting paid, right?
I think I would go Bobby Bonilla.
I mean, Bobby Bonilla was on the great Pirates teams with Barry Bonds, right?
Yeah, and I think for a minute, and he won a championship with the Miami Marlins.
Florida Marlins, yeah.
Florida Marlins. I think for a minute, Bonilla was the highest paid player in all of baseball and was probably a top 10 guy at that point. I don't think you ever got that. Now, Edelman won a Super Bowl MVP.
I mean, when he and Bonds were on the same team with Pittsburgh.
I was about to ask this. I remember
Bonilla was the better player.
That's right. I remember people making a bigger deal out of Bobby Bonilla than Barry Bonds.
Yes, probably.
Yeah. Because that was the team the Braves Sid Bream saved. Bobby Bonilla was the better.
Early 90s, they were really good.
Was the best player, best hitter on that team.
Yeah, before Bream came to Atlanta, he was over on that team, and Burt Blyleven, I think, was their stud pitcher, wasn't he?
Bonds was more of a slap hitter, basically, than Bonilla was. He was the power.
Something happened to Bonds. His body changed for some reason.
It did change.
Water.
What was it? Drink a lot of water?
Aqua.
Yeah.
H2O.
Water weight gain.
That is 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice and their 4 great locations.
Yeah, make sure you stop in for lunch or dinner. Go see the Bajaya Brothers. For more information on their incredible product, go to slicebirmingham.com.
What are, this is it every time when we say Bobby Bonilla. We need to do a list, Lunsford, Rockstar, Brown, LT, of things that you say. Maybe this would be a good mystery 5th hour question. Things you say that elicit almost the same response every time. Anytime you say Bobby Bonilla, somebody's going to say, the Mets are still paying him.
That's right. Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if I say Pete Rose, you think Hall of Fame.
Yeah, how do we have Hall of Fame?
How's Pete Rose not in the Hall of Fame?
What about Charlie Sheen? How's he not dead? How's he still alive?
How's he still alive?
Richard Simmons. Have we seen him lately?
Yeah, but
he's under house arrest with his.
There's certain sports things that elicit the same response, but even in things in life. So let's maybe write that down on our list of possible mystery 5th hour topics.
O.J. Simpson, I think, hurts Rental. Right?
Do you? That's the first thing that pops to mind.
Honest to goodness, Nordberg comes to mind very quickly for me, even in front of the White Broncos sometimes. I think of him in Naked Gun.
He was a great role, Nordberg.
He was. Let's go get lunch.
He was the guy that ran through the airports in the Hertz,
Hertz commercials. Yeah,
jumping luggage.
Yeah.
I think you probably get tased if you do that now, right?
Probably so. Yeah. Maybe
it would definitely look like you were up to no good. Right.
Well, if I'm running and jumping luggage, yeah, there's no doubt.
Running through an airport now.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
Especially if you're OJ.
Well, you know what though? You think of how things change. Like there's an office here that frequently gets DoorDash or whatever. and they won't go in the office. They just leave it at the door. And the other day, I was coming back from the bathroom, and a guy sets a bag down right outside the door and then sprints to the elevator. He must have been behind on his schedule. And I'm like, 10 years ago, I think that's a bomb right there. Now I just realized it's probably a Happy Meal.
Definitely 20 years ago, you'd have been like,
what the crap? Yeah, I mean, literally just puts the bag down and takes off running. I'm like, what is going on
I'm surprised
here?
somebody didn't snake the bag.
I would hope we live with honest people.
Rockstar leaves a Subway sandwich in the break room up at when we were working at Cumulus.
It was a Publix Boar's Head.
Yeah, but this is a better group of people.
She thought I just left it for the community.
By the way, that Publix sandwich is good.
Oh, it's amazing.
Laura, wonder how
Pubs up.
Brittany's doing. Elicits what, Brownie?
Brittany? Brittany who?
Every time.
Spears.
Hey, we still say that, don't we?
Is she here?
Part of the show being brought to you
Todd
by
Blackledge, is she here?
our friends at Odie's. Odie's bringing you the show today, LT.
Great place to go for the weekend. Rockstar, how did Will's dating
Rockstar?
Yeah.
It went really well. It was
show.
a huge crowd. I don't think it's just for us, but Odie's was packed to the gills on Friday night, so that was fun.
Yeah, I thought about bringing the boys, having dinner and watching a little bit, but I knew it was going to be packed. I saw Sally was there, Nurse Sally.
I saw she was in the crowd in the beginning for the first set, and then it just got a wave of other people coming in. So it's just one of
the
those
popularity of Rockstar. No, really,
Yeah, that's what it
Odie's
was.
is a great music venue on Fridays and Saturdays. Outside of that, lunch or dinner. Fantastic food from Rodney Davis, ice cold beer buckets. And remember, every Wednesday night we do Odie's Team Trivia, where Ryan Brown will be pinch hitting for me this week. But get in. It's Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Kyle Larson wins the All-Star race for NASCAR. They were back at North Wilkesboro, where they raced until the mid-90s there. He led 145 of 200 laps, the final 95 laps. It's his third career All-Star race wins, which puts him in some elite company. Listen to this. Jeff Gordon, who had 3 at the age of 29, now Kyle Larson, the second youngest to do that. Jimmy Johnson had 3 at the age of 36, and Dale Earnhardt had 3 at the age of 42. So Larson, just missing Jeff Gordon, is the youngest to get 3 All-Star race wins there.
Did you watch any of that?
I didn't. I watched a lot of the pre-race stuff when they were talking about the track.
Yeah, I saw somebody say it's a super boring track. That's probably why NASCAR left it, because it was really, really boring.
Short track, uphill on one side, downhill on the other slightly. It's not evident.
Yeah.
Small, and they did leave it because of that, but North Wilkesboro being sort of revitalized, I sort of compare it to Rickwood Field, right?
Okay.
Like, it's good to go there and watch a race every now and then and think, this is the way it used to be. But you wouldn't want to do that on the reg, right? You'd rather be at Regions.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to do it every now and then, the old throwback game.
You'd rather be at Regions Field. Like, there may be a day if Legion Field is still standing that we'd want to go back and say, I'd like to go one more time to Legion Field.
Yeah.
But Protective Stadium is a much more enjoyable trip.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Wednesday night, we will be out at Top Golf with our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 5 to 6, we'll be out there with a specialty show. It's a kickoff party with our friends at Bud Light as we get ready for the Legion FC. They're in the final 16 of the U.S. Open Cup, which is a soccer tournament that's open to all U.S. soccer teams. And the Legion have made it to the round of 16. And I think every other team left is an MLS team, except for us.
How about that?
We're playing Charlotte out of the MLS. I mean, like all the LA teams, the Red Bulls from New York, and everybody is in on this. So we're looking forward to that. It's at Protective Stadium coming up this weekend, Wednesday night, not this weekend, this Wednesday night. And we'll be out there 5 to 6 with our friends at Bud Light. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio. LT, tell us about that and take us to break, man.
Simpio, one of the first calls we made was to Blake Patterson and the guys at Simpio, because they take care of all the BS in every single office. They are going to handle the 4 pillars, which are compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. No annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
ESPN ranking the toughest schedules in college football as we get ready. I don't know how many of you have seen the list or not, but Ole Miss listed as having the toughest schedule in all of college football. And that's because they get Georgia and Alabama and LSU. And their out-of-conference game includes Tulane. So you can see that. Minnesota's number 2. Brownie, pull up Minnesota. I would assume they may get all the good Big Ten teams like Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State. Is that possible?
I guess.
That seems like that's how you would rise up to number 2.
Yeah, so Minnesota, Jimmy D, is going to open this football season playing Nebraska.
Okay.
In Minneapolis. That's a home game. I would imagine they're favored in that one.
Conference in that one.
Yeah, Eastern Michigan.
Favored in that one.
Or you just want out of conference?
I was just looking to see if they had Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State in there.
Michigan at home, Ohio State on the road.
No Penn State?
No Penn State. They do get Wisconsin, obviously, in that division.
They're at Iowa, though, and they've got Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Florida's 3, Maryland is 4. Auburn, by ESPN, is ranked with the 5th toughest schedule in college football. Again, the dynamic there is you get Alabama,
Georgia, and LSU. Yeah, I mean.
Arkansas is 6th toughest, and they get Alabama and LSU, and I assume maybe Georgia in that one too. I don't know. It just seems like that's a pretty common way to get into the top 5 or 6 of the toughest schedules in the ESPN list. Your whole top 10 is Ole Miss, Minnesota, Florida, Maryland 4, Auburn 5, Arkansas 6, Michigan State 7, Tennessee 8, Rutgers 9, Indiana 10. So a lot of SEC and Big Ten schools having to play what is considered to be the best in college football on their conference schedule. Gutter Cap's the best at what they do, LT.
Yeah, I just talked to our friend Chris Stewart. Make the call today. It's a dirty, dangerous job. The last thing you want to do, get the dangerous ladder out, you get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it, 823-2212. You can always go online. It's back with a lifetime warranty, and you can get that absolutely free estimate, guttercapbirmingham.com.
By the way, ESPN has Alabama's schedule the 18th toughest, helped out by the fact that they play a Texas team that is supposed to be pretty good this year. You can see all that at ESPN.com in the college football section. We're getting ready for the SEC baseball tournament tomorrow. Weather permitting, they're practicing today out at the Hoover Met. Brownie, you've got a projected filled schedule from Kendall Rogers, sort of the baseball version of the bracketology.
Yeah, D1Baseball.com. Kendall Rogers has been on the show before. So we were talking earlier about the fact that the SEC's got 9 of the top 16 RPI teams. And we asked the question, would they allow the SEC to host that many regionals? I mean, that's the question, right? That affects Alabama and Auburn. They're both in that group. They're both among those 9 teams.
I would say no, but can you tell me something different?
Well, somebody keep count. All right, here you go. Y'all ready to count?
Yep.
Gainesville, where Florida would be the 1 seed, the number 2 overall.
That's one.
Well, let me just quickly, before we do that, he's got Wake as the number 1 overall seed. Yeah. And they'll host in Winston-Salem. So Gainesville, where Florida is the number 2. Fayetteville, where Arkansas is the number 3. Baton Rouge, where LSU is the number 4. These are overall seeds. Nashville, where Vandy's the number 7. So I'm up to 4 here, right?
Yep.
Tuscaloosa, where Alabama's the number 14.
So they have Alabama hosting.
Yeah, I'll come back to who they've got in these regions. Auburn, where Auburn is the number 12 overall seed.
That's 6.
Lexington, where Kentucky is the number 9 overall seed.
So that's 7.
That's 7 out of 9.
Wow.
It's pretty good.
That's 7 of 16 hosts.
That's right. Would be SEC teams. And by the way, Texas is the 16 seed. That'll be an SEC team the next time this happens. They are hosting in Austin, so if you want to look ahead to the future. So in Tuscaloosa, he's got Alabama and Samford playing in the 1-4 game, and then Southern Miss and Arizona State in a 2-3 matchup. In Auburn, he's got Auburn playing Alabama State in the 1-4, and then East Carolina and Troy in the 2-3. So those are the matchups he's got. But 7, Kendall Rogers, 7 of 16, Southeastern Conference, about half of the actual regions in the Southeastern Conference. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well,
SEC baseball tournament, single elimination for Alabama as they play Kentucky 4:30 tomorrow. Auburn follows them with the nightcap game at the Met against Missouri. You can get your tickets at the gate or get them in advance as you head out there, secsports.com.
Yeah, and I was going to point out one more thing. I was reading an article this weekend where there was speculation that Indiana State might get to host a regional because they're top 10 in the RPI. The Sycamores, and that Terre Haute, I think is how you say that, in Indiana might get the regional.
That's the second thing I mispronounced today. I always call it Terre Haute.
Terre Haute? It could be. I thought it was Terre Haute, but I've never lived in Indiana a day in my life. How do they say it in Hoosiers? Do you remember? Because I think they play them in Hoosiers.
You know, I don't remember movie lines.
Did Miami get one?
But real quick, Indiana State is in Lexington. That would be tough. Like if they don't get a regional just because apparently, I mean, they might have a really small facility or whatever, so you end up with them in your region. That's a crap deal for a team like Kentucky, but that's where they have them going.
Do they have Campbell getting one? Because that's another small school that has a really good pitching staff and a really good RPI ranking.
Campbell does not have one. You'll have to let me find out where they sent them.
Probably Wake.
Campbell is a 2-seed in the Clemson region. So it would be Clemson is the 1 seed, Campbell is a 2 seed.
They seem like they always send them to Clemson.
I mean, that sucks, but because you're getting them because it's so close, but they're probably good enough to have their own region. They probably just don't have the facility to pull it off.
There was a time that Auburn felt like they got sent to Tallahassee every year.
I think they did. I think there's a reason they felt that way. Miami does have a region, Coral Gables, and Tennessee is the 2 seed in that region, by the way. Miami, the number 11 overall. Bit of a step back for Tennessee this year. This time last year, they were the best team in the country.
Oh, this time last year, I think we did a bet, Tennessee or not.
Yeah, I took Tennessee against Field.
Yeah, and they didn't even make Omaha.
So
you wouldn't let me make it up with Oklahoma women's.
Who, by the way, easily advanced this past weekend. They're 54-1.
Yeah.
They get Clemson, who defeated Auburn in the deciding Game 7 yesterday of that regional. Texas and Tennessee, Florida State and Georgia, Alabama, Northwestern. Those are the SEC matchups in the Super Regionals. 8 advance out to the Women's College World Series in Oklahoma City. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill. And then we will get into a couple of more of your comments about, I believe it was the Jim Irsay top 5, Brown. You wanted to give us a few more comments about
we got some.
Hey, weather is always changing. Our friends at Hemphill Services offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Go ahead, Brown.
Okay. My apologies. On the discussion about John Elway, not a huge Elway fan, but 5 Super Bowl appearances, 2 wins. Pretty sure that makes him higher than Peyton Manning. Several people in the chat room say Mahomes is better than Elway, and he's already better than Elway, and Irsay slighted him by not having him in there.
I don't have a problem with that. I think Mahomes is a better quarterback than Elway.
But I don't think he had any active players.
He did not.
Yeah.
But would you say Mahomes is already better than Elway?
I would.
I think I would too. Now, Elway was in 5 total Super Bowls, I think.
But, I mean, they got completely wiped in
They did.
3 of those.
Boy, those first 3 were rough.
Was he in 5 or
I think he
4?
was in 5 and won 2 of the 5.
Yeah. He lost to San Francisco. He lost to Washington. He beat Atlanta. He beat Green Bay, and there was one other loss.
There was one in there somewhere.
I thought he had 4.
I think it's 5.
I think they lost to the Redskins.
I think you're right about that.
Washington.
Trips top 5: Lawrence Taylor, Barry Sanders, Brady, Manning, Rice. Very heavy in quarterbacks, but it is a quarterbacks league. Jeff says we're all off. Elway was the man. Daniel follows up: 5 appearances, 2 wins for Elway, 4 appearances, 2 wins for Manning. I'll take Peyton by a hair. A lot of talk about Andrew Luck retiring. Troy says Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, Jim Brown, Tom Brady, LT, in that order.
Wow. I think I would go Marshall Faulk, Matt Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald, and
put your stupid punter on there that used to throw all those fake punts.
And we'll go
put him on there.
Torrey Holt.
Yeah.
New York Butcher Shop is where LT, when he's not dreaming, goes and gets his steak.
I actually went. So last Monday night, I went to see our friend Jim at the Highway 119 store in Greystone. And Friday night, I picked up steaks for the boys. Did them the exact same way. In the skillet, 3 minutes on each side. I broiled them for 12 minutes in the oven on 350, and they were fantastic. I called ahead, got them dusted up. But not only that, they've got the incredible sides. I got squash casserole last week. I got mac and cheese. I got some of the red potatoes with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. By the way, you get a case of wine, 15% off from our guys at the New York Butcher Shop. And they want to remind you, Memorial Day, ribs weekend, Friday, Saturday, baby back ribs, $4.99 a pound. The St. Louis Spears, $4.49 a pound. They'll smoke them for you. The slab Spears, $28.99 each. The slab baby backs, $29.99 each. I'm going to give you 2 numbers. The Greystone location, 205-703-8825. And Cahaba Heights, 205-970-7300. Reservations are suggested and should be ordered by Thursday, May 25th.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Brown's got some more best and worst of the weekend, and then to a list that I'm going to not like from the get-go, even though I like the cover picture at ESPN.com. That's all brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's today, LT.
Yeah, hey, look, graduation season is upon us. Graduation day right around the corner. Bromberg's has the perfect piece of Roberto coin jewelry for a special woman in your life. You can choose from the whimsical, that's a interesting word, diamond and 18-karat gold pieces from the always popular Tiny Treasures collection, or exquisite layering necklaces she'll love wearing every single day. The expert team of sales associates at Bromberg's ready to help you choose the perfect graduation gift she will treasure forever. Visit both locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online, brombergs.com.
Brownie, give us more best and worst of the weekend. We always appreciate your feedback to the show here to make us a little bit better.
Tony's best was LaFlop being pushed to the brink of elimination by the Denver Nuggets. I think it's a shot at your guy LeBron right there. LaFlop. He has flopped some over his life.
That is a definite shot at LeBron.
There's video compilations of that. That's his best of the weekend. His worst of the weekend was Auburn softball getting the shaft, being sent to Clemson, and being eliminated. There was some talk about the fact that they did not get to host a regional.
If they'd flipped that around and Auburn had hosted and Clemson had come to Auburn,
you would be 2 games away from the end of your season right now if you had won that region, because you'd still go to Oklahoma.
Right. Either way, you're going to Oklahoma, but, would Auburn have advanced?
Maybe.
Matty Pinto was good enough to get Auburn to a super regional, and would have been fun to watch her pitch against this Oklahoma powerhouse.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt like you finished third in the SEC. As good a conference that is, you're at least one of the top 16 teams in the country. I think that was the argument, right?
I think most people, just because it was so close in state, Alabama being a 5th overall seed and having a much easier path to get to the super regionals, and maybe even Oklahoma City if they can survive, even with the injuries, Northwestern.
Yeah, and UCLA got knocked out. They were the 2 seed, right?
They did by, I believe it was McNeese State.
Yeah, I think they were the overall 2. Yeah. Tripp's best, Koepka. His worst, the completely absurd hyperbole about Michael Block, nice guy, nice story. The media saying he should be given a PGA Tour card is laughable. I haven't seen anybody say that. And maybe they are. I'm not arguing with Tripp, but that's a ridiculous assertion. Nice guy, nice story. I would agree. We can accept that and him not get a PGA Tour card, though.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a process to go through, the PGA Tour card process,
correct,
right? And you wouldn't want to circumvent that in any way.
No. And if anybody's suggesting that, they're unreasonable in suggesting it.
I don't think he would want. I mean, maybe he would want to, but I think there's a great deal of respect among golfers of what you have to do to make it out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't think he would want to circumvent that at all. I mean, like if they gave him one, I don't think he'd say no to it, but I think he would feel bad about the way he got it. Listen, he's going to be in 2 PGA Tour events coming up. He's got a chance to earn a card. Go win one of those. You're on the tour for 2 years. I mean, that's his opportunity. Or finish high enough in one of them that you make enough money, or finish high enough in those two, you make enough money to get your card for next year. He can do it. I mean, there's a way he can earn it.
Going to guess that Michael Block does not do that?
I'm going to guess he probably misses the cut this week. I think that magic will run out a little bit.
Correction, Forrester is right. It's Liberty that knocked out UCLA, not McNeese State. I think McNeese State got beat by Washington last night. All right, we'll jump into this list here. LT brought it up earlier.
I bet I can get your top 5 done away. I've only seen the back 3, but to me, what was fascinating about it, Brown.
Well, let me set it up for the audience first, if I can. The top 75 quarterbacks at ESPN.com in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead.
So number 75 on this list was Matt Ryan. Do you remember how good he was at Ball State College?
I do. Was he the one that had them ranked number 2 in the nation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 74 was Teddy Bridgewater.
Ooh.
And 73 was Timmy Chang. So I can't wait to see how good this list gets. I mean, those are really good quarterbacks.
Bridgewater won a Heisman, right?
No, he did not. You're thinking of Lamar Jackson. Bridgewater,
okay.
though, was very, very good at Louisville.
Yeah. I've got, I know 3 of the top 5, but I think I can get all 5.
Give them to me.
We know Joe Burrow's there. We know Cam Newton's there. We know Tim Tebow's there. Then I would round it out with Bryce Young and Deshaun Watson.
Burrow, Tebow, because I haven't looked.
Cam Newton.
I've only looked at number 1.
Bryce Young and Deshaun Watson.
So those are the 5 you think there.
Yep.
Brown, you want to guess 5 real quick before I make you all look silly? Because I've seen the list.
I don't want you to make me look silly, Jim. But if
number 1 overall, LT did not name him. According to this list, which is why I started the segment off by saying I will not like this list.
Yeah, well, I don't want to guess. I just want you to give it to me. And I want to react. I want a hot take react.
Okay, hot take react.
Okay.
Number 1 quarterback in the 2000s, top 75 is ranked by ESPN.com. Number 1 quarterback to his teams from 2013 to 2017. He passed for 14,607 yards. He's a little guy that rhymes with Maker Bayfield. Is Baker Mayfield.
Are you kidding?
Your list, LT.
I don't think Lance agrees with this.
My list. I just told you there was a list up on ESPN.com. I know you. I like throwing lists because Dunaway hates them.
Baker Mayfield, number 1.
I'm bringing one every day
on this list. Baker Mayfield.
No, that's just stupid. Tim Tebow, best seasons were, you can say Joe Burrow or Cam Newton, one of those two. But the best career for a quarterback in the history of college football is Tim Tebow.
Rockstar, my favorite thing about a list, it happens every time too. It is that I was okay. I saw in the Katie Couric newsletter this morning, I've got a list of the top 100 moons.
I can give you 95 right now.
I'm not even finished, Lance.
No, I can take 95 right now.
The top 100 moons in an adjacent solar system.
Aaron Donald.
Cam Newton is number 2. You got that one.
That's an easy one.
Vince Young is 3.
That was the one I was going to say, Lance. I was surprised you left Vince Young out.
I would have replaced Deshaun with Vince.
Tim Tebow was 4. Joe Burrow was 5. Just missing the top 5 was Deshaun Watson. Kyler Murray, 7. Lamar Jackson, 8. Marcus Mariota, 9. And rounding out the top 10, RG3.
Did I miss you saying Bryce Young?
Trevor Lawrence is 11.
Have I missed that?
Colt McCoy is number 12.
No, wait a minute. Have I missed you saying Bryce Young?
You have not yet.
Okay, you're to Colt McCoy, and they haven't said Bryce Young yet?
Johnny Manziel is 13. Kellen Moore is 14. Sam Bradford is 15.
Who wrote this?
Somebody at ESPN.com. I'm 70.
Bill Conley, yeah, he's real stats heavy though, but
Jameis Winston is 16. Here you go, Brown. Matt Leinart is 17. Andrew Luck is 18. Bryce Young is number 19.
That's way low for Bryce Young. Now, he did not win a national championship, but neither did a lot of those quarterbacks.
Yeah, Colt McCoy didn't.
Here's the thing.
C.J. Stroud rounds out the top 12.
Baker Mayfield didn't. He was number 1.
Tua was 21.
Here's the thing about Bryce Young. here's one reason that I think historically, and maybe historically he does better than he does right now. Or in the future, he'll do better than he does right now is the way I should have said that. The problem, I think, with Bryce Young is we got so accustomed to Alabama's roster being so phenomenally good that when a quarterback played well, we just said, but look at the parts around him. And what will get forgotten about Bryce Young is in his first year as a starter, he had some pretty good parts with John Mechie and Jamison Williams. I'm not going to argue that one. Pretty good parts. But they weren't incredibly deep at receiver. Those two guys had to do a lot. And then eventually they both got hurt, and you saw that, right?
If he had had two as receivers, what would he have done?
Oh, my gosh. But then his second year as a starter, he had very few parts around him in terms of Alabama parts.
Oh, you're right.
That's what I'm saying is you look at it and you're like, well, yeah, he's playing for Alabama. Of course he can.
Oklahoma quarterback Jalen Hurts is 25. They do give Alabama Oklahoma slash there, but Oklahoma's the logo. 25 ahead of Russell Wilson, Pat White, Ben Roethlisberger, Justin Fields, and Rex Grossman rounding out your top 30. There's still 35 more to go before we get to Matt Ryan.
Wow.
But Tua was 21. I don't know if you missed that. Let me just shuttle through real quick.
No, I mean, I'm fine with Tua at 21.
Mac Jones, it's 38. Just see any more Auburn, Alabama.
The biggest joke is Baker Mayfield.
At number one. I mean, he's not top five. He's number one.
No, I mean, if Mayfield won multiple national championships, maybe you can make that argument. You know who did win multiple national championships? Tim Tebow.
He did. Joey Harrington is a familiar name at 55. I mean, there's a lot of people you recognize here. Patrick Mahomes is 57th on that list.
Never beat a top 25.
He didn't?
I mean, he was at Texas Tech.
A.J. McCarron, 67.
Should be.
Made the top 75.
I'm okay with that.
Did Jared Goff make the top 75?
I wasn't looking for him. Okay. I was just looking for logos.
I think that's what is at play with Bryce Young is. You just assumed it was Alabama. He's playing with great rosters. You go back and watch Bryce Young and look how many messes Alabama got in that he bailed them out of. Just his sheer ability bailed them out of mess after mess in that Bill O'Brien offense. Sure, he didn't win a national championship.
I can think of two games that would have lost for sure. Texas last year and Auburn in 2 years ago.
Zero doubt on both of those.
19 and 20 is Bryce and C.J. Stroud. They'll forever be connected. As they were drafted 1 and 2 in the past draft, right? So there'll be a lot of comparisons for those two, their whole careers, on who ends up having a better career. Quick break here. One more segment to go. This is TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Our storm restoration roofing flashback to yesterday, Alabama winning with an Allie Shipman seventh inning home run, advancing to the Super Regional against Northwestern Friday night. Here is Pat Murphy, head coach of Alabama, on advancing out of the regionals after missing the Super Regionals last year.
It was a possibility to use Montana. So she threw at about 10 o'clock this morning, threw all out. We talked to Dr. Kane, with her parents, everybody in a Zoom, and then she warmed up maybe in the third or fourth inning just to see how it felt. And she was just dominating. And it was like, I'm not sure, I've never had this situation, and there's not a coaching 101 that has this situation in it. We've been through lots of stuff, but never this situation. And, of course, I'm having 1,000 scenarios in my head the entire game going through my head. And believe me when I say I did. And, you don't want to screw up, because you don't want this to be her last game. You don't want it to be Montana's last opportunity. And, thankfully, both of them pulled through, and she can keep rehabbing and doing what she needs to do for next weekend.
Jalen Torrance, the pitcher there who kept forcing Montana Fouts not to come into the game because she was dominant with a complete game shutout, helping Allie Shipman, allowing Allie Shipman to get the home run to advance on. That's Pat Murphy there. Montana continuing to rehab, a chance to come back. Brownie.
I would say, though, by the decision he made, I'm sure it was a tough decision, but that last game was 1-0.
One mistake from the person who hadn't pitched all those games.
That's
and
right.
It's done.
Yeah, but I'm going to say if I lose that game 1-0, I'm like, look, my pitcher pitched terrific, gave up one run. I got to get more runs than that. I could probably sleep okay at night. I guess it would be that early game Sunday that they lost, right, where she didn't start. If Montana had been pitching, that girl would have started that game. You'd probably never even get to the if game.
Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing bringing you that flashback, brought to you by Greg from Pell City. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. That's going to help you with your insurance claims, any dealings you need with the insurance company. Greg's familiar with those situations, can help walk you through the process. He also wants to help you out, give you a free no-cost roof inspection. Free no-cost roof inspection with no obligation. Just call this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or go on to Facebook and look him up. Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Special deals for veterans and also active members of the military, reservists as well. 205-542-3531. It's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. SEC meetings are up next for Greg Sankey. We drop our Greg Sankey Coca-Cola stage interview tonight. Here's Greg Sankey talking about just how much business gets done before they get to Destin for the SEC meetings.
How much of the decisions or the business is actually done at the SEC spring meetings in Destin, or is that done beforehand and just formalized when you guys gather together as a conference down there?
Both. There's a lot of work that's done outside of Destin. I just approved the welcome letter, which is there's a celebration that takes place. We honor what's happened in the prior year. We think forward more. So that's really not voting business, but it is business. And because you have so many people together, there's a depth to that conversation that's different than the average athletic director meeting in October or the presidents and chancellors meeting in October. We do have some very specific things to take care of, and then you never know what may arise that week. So it's a combination of celebration, of real business activity, important decision making, and then strategic thinking for the future. I think that's a really important convening.
See our whole interview with Greg Sankey tonight on our YouTube channel. It'll drop this evening. Remember to give us a thumbs up and like and subscribe while you're there. I expect next week to be chopped full of big news items out of these meetings,
Well, the strategic thinking for the future is what interested me, because in that would be how many conference games do you have in the future? Are we not going to have divisions? Like everybody assumes we're not going to have division. I think it's a safe assumption, but I don't know that the SEC's ever said, okay, we're not having divisions when Texas and Oklahoma. I don't think they've ever made that announcement. So I'm sure that's something you're going to have to vote on.
I wonder if expansion is something they talk about.
I don't think so yet, but maybe.
It feels like you're quick there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope not. I mean, I think 16 is a massive league, but most people believe this thing's going to get to 18 or 20. Somebody on the show last week said that the magic number is 20.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got to at least be prepared. I mean, you hate to also stick your head in the sand and say, even if they expand, we don't want to. I mean, you got to be prepared and kind of know where everybody stands, because that's something you may have to act quick on, you know?
Yeah, spring meetings are next, Goose. Thank you for that question. The things they've got to take care of is scheduling. First of all, you know, how are we going to do it? No divisions, how many games in football for the next year, because you got to start making those plans for out-of-conference games. And more importantly, not more importantly, but also importantly, basketball. How are we going to do basketball? So how many games we're going to play? You know, we've talked to, you know, Nate Oates and Bruce Pearl. They got to know about the games. They've got to start trying to work out and schedule. So those are pretty big items you got to take care of.
You've brought up baseball a lot. You know, what do you do with the SEC baseball tournament now that Texas and Oklahoma are coming in? I mean, it's beyond just football.
So all that will go on next week in Destin. Basketball happening tonight, though. Denver and the Lakers, two series that are 3-0 and 3-0 after the Heat beat the Celtics again last night. The Heat, by the way, since 2017, 1 finals, 5 Eastern Conference championships, and 0 rings so far. So this period of time has been pretty good for the Boston Celtics, except they've got nothing to show for it. They've got to win tomorrow night to keep things alive. The Lakers, with LeBron there, with the Lakers, they do have the one championship in 2020. So not total disappointment.
Yeah, a little tainted with the bubble, but still got it.
Yeah, in the record books, it counts, right?
Yeah, I mean, 30 years from now, people may not remember it was in the bubble. We still do, and it does feel a little different there, but they still won it. I mean, it's a disappointing run for the Celtics. Like, if you're the Lakers, I feel like you knew LeBron was getting old now. He's not played old this year. But I don't know that you felt like you had a world championship roster here.
I mean, what they did at the break, I think Rob Pelinka and Darvin Ham believed they had a team that could win a championship the way they played down the stretch. You know, anytime you have Anthony Davis and LeBron on the same team, I mean, the expectation should be championship.
The final big thing today is Oregon recruiting. They got a big quarterback over the weekend, 5-star quarterback Michael Van Buren. Oh, those Van Buren boys, you got to watch out for them.
Great presidents.
But you hold up 7? You hold up 7 fingers? Was that the sign for the Van Buren boys? Or was it 8? Was it 8?
I think it was 7.
He picks Oregon over Penn State and Maryland. He is the second best quarterback in this recruiting class, only behind Dylan Raiola, who's on his way to Georgia. So that's a pretty big get for Dan Lanning out at Oregon, the quarterback who could be following up Bo Nix next year for the guys in Eugene. That's our show today. We're back with you live again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't forget to set the alerts so you'll get all of our new stuff that we'll be sending out later on, including that Greg Sankey interview. With that alert turned on, you'll get a notification, boom, and you'll know we've got new content on all the platforms here at Double Down Media. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.